So as soon as we're on the ship, Pixie comes running up to us, asking Bao to stay, but Bao is just gonna tell her, you know, I'll be back soon, it'll be okay.
Can you hear me again, Crrool?
Ah, there you are. I was wondering what happened to you.
Yeah, somehow my microphone stopped working for some weird reason.
Ah, that would explain it, yeah. I'm seeing a picnic in chat. That shouldn't be me, at least. Okay, that was weird. What happened, Magus? Any idea? So yeah, because we have Bao, we can actually skip through the majority of the dungeon there. We can just smack those rocks and keep moving. We do lose out on a lot of items, but we don't really need those items anyway. There. Ah!
Nö.
Okay, that would explain it. I know that
Ach so,
feeling
ja.
all too well. Saito, can you mute yourself for a second?
Wasn't I muted?
No? I could
Okay,
hear that.
that's okay, sorry. I
No
have my
worries.
microphone muted.
Okay, so this is kind of annoying. That tree is skippable, but I need him to move in a spot where I can actually pass him. This should be good. Ah, it's not. Dang. This might be... This one is really difficult because there's only a very small path I could take. Oh, and I still got into the battle. Dang. I thought I would be good there. I thought I had just enough steps. So yeah, this is that broccoli enemy that we saw earlier. They're still around. Yes, that is broccoli. That is definitely broccoli.
No doubt, it's green.
It's got the same look. I mean, that alone should say enough, right?
Yeah. Did you taste it? Does it taste
I
like
haven't
broccoli?
tasted it, so I can't say anything about that. But it can't be far off, right?
Must be.
So yeah, in this entire dungeon, other than the boss, there's only one mandatory fight. So that is, by the way, another one of those broccoli enemies that we have to fight. It's coming up pretty soon. First, we need to get through this.
So Crrool, how much paralyzed do you get?
On the next boss, you mean? Or what?
Yes.
You don't get paralyzed on the next boss. You get confused,
Oh yeah.
which is even worse.
So, what do you say?
Oh god, I am really hoping it won't happen a lot. So yeah, this next boss isn't necessarily too bad. The only problem with this next boss is that it has a move called, let me actually say that right. Dang, how can I'm drawing a blank here. Sorry. But this next boss, he has a move that can confuse me. And, you know, confusion, that's generally not a good idea. So I'm gonna unequip my weapon here. That's gonna mean that if I were to hit myself in confusion, at least I won't die to it. This is another skippable broccoli enemy. All of these are skippable. The only one that I couldn't skip was the one just now. And then the King Creeper is right over here.
I have to agree to Sticky Mania here. Let's call it broccoli.
So yeah, this is... You'll see why this fight is dumb. I have no doubt you will. So this is King Creeper, definitely one of the most fun fights out there. We've got chance here. This thing has about 1,000 health we need to deplete. And it's got a lot of dumb moves. Okay, 120, good start. Okay, 280, turn 1. Oh, there it is, Mind Blast. He leads with it too. That's a cool start, thank you, game. So now I'm gonna have to wear my heal off the confusion, but that wastes pretty much the entire turn. So we leave at 280. Okay, strike is fine if it doesn't kill. Cool, didn't get the kill off, so... This is what we have Lack Cheese for. They heal 80, so I can get the heal to full again. Okay, that's 300. Oh god, there's the next Mind Blast. Please miss. Okay, cool. Mind Blast, as you can see, can miss the confusion. But it's still a really annoying move. 420. 500, so we're...
You see another miss or something after the first damage roll. That is most likely a status effect in this game.
Yeah. 500... Let's see... 520. Oh god, the Mind Blast on Torma. Again with the miss though. Uh, 640. 720. Miss again. Cool, cool. We in there. We in there. He can die if I get a critical. I need a high roll critical. Not 1 in 9 high roll, but still a very high roll. Okay, he might go down the next turn. If I get decent rolls, he should go down now. In which case, I will save a significant amount of time over PB.
Yeah, the time looks really, really good right now.
Oh, there's a 20 though. That's not enough. Okay, he's doing heal plus. This is his last move. He hasn't actually showed it off before. He can heal himself 100 health, which in this case is fine because I still dealt 40 damage at the end of the day. And this means he doesn't confuse me, and not getting confused is good enough as it is. Another 20, come on game. There we go. Really good King Creeper fight. I'm probably ahead right now, I suspect.
Yep, you're ahead by a significant time. Like, it is around 5 minutes that you're ahead.
Oh wow, that is...
4 minutes, sorry.
That is, regardless, a pretty big time save there then.
Yep.
So I'm gonna equip Torma his weapon again. I'm not going to do that for Eldin, because I'm gonna get Eldin a new weapon very soon anyway. He gets a new weapon in the next town. But still, 4 minutes ahead of world record right now is pretty good. There is still a lot that can go wrong though, don't get me wrong, but... no, first first the class change, then the inn. So yeah, this is where we get the Brawler class, which is basically the upgraded form of the Fighter. We've both Eldin and Torma have mastered Fighter. So because of that, we can upgrade to a Brawler, and probably the most important move that we're looking for as a Brawler is the Fury attack. We're actually going to grind out Fury in this next dungeon. It requires about 3 to 4 extra fights. So it's not a lot of extra fights we need to do because of it, but it does get us a very, very important move, which saves significant time on the boss after. So far we've been relying on chance hit. We will still do so for one more boss, but after that we're going to switch to a better move. Or not so much better, but mostly more reliable. Zircon Sword, Hard Coat on both, Hollow Shield on Eldin, Feather Shield on Torma. I think that's it in terms of equipment. I still need to sell stuff at some point, but we'll do that some other moment, that's fine. So now that I enter here, we actually get to meet Eldin's father. The father that we mentioned at the start of the run that disappeared and we hadn't heard of him in years. And then when we get in Narvik, we just meet up with him again. This, by the way, is the same village that we saw in Lufia 2 and Lufia DS, you know, the one at the center of the world. Where you have the 3 towers. Now, on top of that, a really interesting side note in this town is on the top left corner of the town, there's 3 graves. There's 3 saints buried there. The 3 saints being the 3 girls that went to the top of the tower in Lufia 2. So yeah, he tells us all the story of how he met Crrool, because he did actually meet Crrool. How he showed him the royal ring, and they discussed the legend and whatnot. Now, our father also happened to have the Cloudstone, which is the 4th item that we need. I believe it's the 4th at this point. We're gonna get the 5th one in the next dungeon. Now, as everyone leaves, the priestess, she's gonna stay behind just for a little bit, and she'll be discussing the curse on Eldin. See if the father knows anything. This is where they talk about the blood of the ancients on Eldin and everything. There's really not a whole lot to it, but it's a pretty interesting development of character here on Eldin, as well as giving you some background on what the Gratz Kingdom is all about and what they're trying to do, but also what they need in order to resurrect the beast. Because we need those shards and stones. Now, before I go out, I'm gonna make a quick stop in the church here. Again, just taking a safety save. So we're going into Jungle Spire again. This is the same dungeon we just fought the King Creeper, but now we're actually going to the other side of this dungeon. We're gonna go beyond where the King Creeper was and explore the ruins up ahead. There's actually a really interesting ruin out here that we'll be exploring, and apparently there's some stone or shard hidden in here as well. Now, at first, it doesn't seem like there is anything to it, but if we wait till night, there is a legend on there, but if we wait till night, when the moon is at its highest, it'll open up the gate towards this this dungeon. So we can only enter at night, but that doesn't matter, because we'll just wait till nightfall. No, I'm not. Like, the Gratz Kingdom is working on resurrecting the beast, not me. Well, with the curse going on, the Beast and Eldin are partially becoming one, so to speak. So there is a little bit more to it even than that, but basically the Gratz Kingdom is trying to resurrect the Beast. I'm the good guy here, trying to stop them. Oh dang, got ambushed by them. So the cores have a good chance of running away here, unfortunately. We need to kill about 5 cores roughly to get Fury, as well as the boss of this place. They actually both stuck around. That's pretty interesting.
It's not as likely for them to run away.
No, there are some other core encounters that are way more likely to run away than these. But it's still good that they're sticking around here. Gets me a chance to kill them. So that's 2 cores down. Despite getting an ambush, that was still a really good fight for me. Because, like I said, I need to kill a couple cores anyway, and this just gets 2 of them out of the way. So we both get Fatal Blow. We will not be getting Fury before the next boss, but we're not aiming to do that. We're aiming to do the next boss with chance hit still. Switch to Eldin quickly.
We just want to get the next attack after basically just the fight before popping out of this dungeon here.
Yeah. Chance hit. Okay, so getting another ambush with 2 cores in it. I'm pretty much done in terms of grinding at this point. I may need 1 or 2 more. I will probably try to get that after I get past Demon, because at that point I'm a lot closer to actually getting the spell than I am right now. Or rather, move rather than spell, I suppose. Okay, I think I ambushed them. Yeah. Don't really need to fight them. This is what we have the smoke balls for, in case I do happen to hit an enemy like this. I forgot it was there for a second. No, skills, Torma. So yeah, this is a pretty interesting dragon fight here. So this dragon, it's supposed to ambush you, and the game intends that you do get ambushed by it. But even though I can't skip the fight through tear gas, I can prevent getting ambushed. 3 thunder dragons is very unlucky, actually. Normally this is 1 or 2, so getting 3 is not particularly lucky, because they can actually deal quite a bit of damage still. With the use of Risky Hit, though, I should be fine. Oh god, this is bad news. I crit, but still didn't kill them. Okay, got the Lac Cheese off in time at least. That was a little scary there. I did a lot more damage to myself than I expected. Barely clutched on there. Luckily, Torma's agility is high enough that I managed to live there. Okay, there's sacrifice. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to light these beacons. Once all the beacons are lit, we can pass on to actually get the shard we need. Or
Should we
stone.
talk about the spell Sacrifice for a little bit? Why the spell is so weird and good?
Oh yeah,
and
sacrifice is a very interesting spell. I guess you can go ahead and explain it while I make my way through the dungeon.
Sacrifice usually is a spell where you sacrifice your life and deal maximum damage to your enemy. It does not work on bosses for, well, lucky reasons for the boss, I would say. But if you target yourself with the sacrifice, for some reason the game just fully heals you. You basically gain a full heal with it. But it does not work when you have spells like Mirror up on this character. So if you want to use the sacrifice in yourself, be sure that that Mirror is not active on this character. That way you get basically a free full heal. It does not cost AP. It's basically a free heal.
Yeah, so sacrifice is a very weird move, mostly in that it both deals damage, or you could use it to heal somebody up. But in healing up, it's made the mistake that if you heal yourself up with it, it's just a free full heal. Because it both kills you and heals you up to full at the same time, and then the healing prevails, basically. It's not used a lot in the speedrun, but there's a few moments in the run where it can be useful to use this spell. Okay, that works. So we're gonna have to work our way through some mud here, and most of that is actually trapped and I can fall down there. So I need to actually use my hook in order to get through this puzzle. As far as you can actually call it a puzzle.
It's as good as all the other puzzles in this game.
Yeah, puzzles are not particularly strong. It's definitely not this game's strong suit.
But it's the first not pick the pot up and throw the pot down puzzle.
That's
If I recall
true.
correct.
Now, falling down doesn't necessarily have to be too bad, because there's actually some treasures down there often that can sell for quite a bit of money. But we don't really have the time or need the money to do that. Okay, this is one of the more difficult ones, and that gets me started on the next boss fight. So this guy over here, that's the demon, which is the next boss of the game. I think we're full heal, right? Yeah, we're fully healed. So let's go.
Demon is basically one of the weakest bosses, I would say.
Yeah, demon doesn't do a lot. Oh, useful crit 400.
Ooh.
There we go. So this guy, he's got like 900 health. I dealt over half just on turn 1 because of that 400 critical. That's like the best start of demon I've ever had, and then another 160. We're doing really well so far. So yeah, this guy, he just keeps leeching. There's not a whole lot to this fight. It's just, oh, and another 200 roll. I'm actually just gonna chance hit. Unless he crits, he shouldn't be able to kill me. Because I'm very likely to 3-turn this fight. Oh wow, a 5-shot 3-turn fight. That is a fantastic demon.
That is indeed a fantastic demon time.
That must have saved me some time, I think. Even considering I've already killed 4 cores.
You're basically, 4 minutes. You're
Still,
4
yeah.
minutes ahead.
That still sounds about right, but that demon fight, boys, that was amazing. Oops, and now I mess it up right away. Did I heal? Please tell me I healed Elden. did not. Please smoke ball out of here so I can heal. That's gonna cost me a revive. It's not a huge deal. The revive is... Losing out on a revive is kind of annoying, but it's not uncommon. And we can work with it no problem. That's kind of a dumb way to lose it though.
Yeah, that is a shame there, because you really want to have the revives for later on. Most likely for Crrool and Goldiak, because they can show you.
Yeah, luckily you get 4 miracles for that, which...
Yeah.
So, which is why I'm not worried too much.
Oh, that's true. And basically the other boss that is really scary is Monster Crony. I think
Yeah.
the rest of the bosses is...
Now there is one other one. Dark Guardian? Is that it?
yeah, right, Dark Guardian.
He can troll very much as well. It's not an uncommon
that's...
sight. Let's see, where was it again?
But in order of boss fights, the next boss fights that are actually coming up are not that bad.
No, definitely not. Oh, I did it again. Whatever. So yeah, you're not... I was supposed to throw the hook 1 tile earlier. That's a mistake I very often make. It's not a huge time loss or anything.
Just money management.
Yeah, the money management, it does help with money management at the end, so that's why it's not... It doesn't matter a lot if I fall down. It does end up kind of helping me.
It's not really that we need the money, it's...
I mean, if I'm there anyway, it's worth it to pick it up. Otherwise, it's definitely not, but... If you're gonna have to be there anyway, it doesn't matter a lot.
Why not pick it up then? And this fight basically should have given the spell. You haven't got it before, right?
No, I don't have it yet. I might get it off of this fight. I might also still have to do 1 more core. Although I got triple Thunder Dragon earlier, so there is definitely a chance I'll get it here.
How much cost did you get? 4, right?
Yeah, I killed 4. So we should at the very least be close.
It should be really close. But I guess like the 3 Thunder Dragons should make it. Should make it.
We'll see.
If not, you're like 1 or 2 experience short.
I didn't get it yet.
You didn't get it?
No, I didn't get it yet. I mean, I'll probably just get it off of the next fight. It's not a big deal, but I didn't get it yet. I want to have Fury before leaving this place so that I won't have to actually fight anything in the next dungeon. Plus, this guy can have cores. No cores. That's kind of unfortunate.
And you also want to change classes after you're done here.
True. Do I though?
Yeah,
Elden
you
has
switch
already
Elden to Thief.
Yeah, but Elden has already mastered Thief, so I shouldn't need it. If Elden hadn't mastered Thief yet, you would be correct, but I already have. It's one of the few skippable class changes that's coming up, depending on how the experience works out. Did I get Fury? I did already get Fury. I mean, this is what you expect. You expect to need to take a few fights to finish up chance hit. I've had runs where I needed to take like 5 extra fights. I only needed to do 2 here. So on average, this is better than, or this is a better than average Fury grind.
You need around 4 to 6 cores depending on how much other monsters you get. But if you get like 6 cores on your way to the
Yeah.
demon, you're pretty safe that you get it.
Okay, so we're pretty much good to go here. We're gonna move on to actually getting the remaining stone. There we go. So yeah, that chest, that's what it was all about.
The estimate of the game is 8 to 9.5 hours. But as it looks right now, we can say it will be around 9 hours.
Well, like, I still have time saves near the end, so hopefully it'll get better by the time we reach the end, but we're currently definitely on a good pace. We're ahead of the world record by a couple minutes, I think. And the world record is just over 9 hours, but there is a lot of time saves near the end.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just wandering around at the Crrool split for I don't know. It was at least 3 minutes.
Yeah, and then there's a 3-minute skip that we found the other day,
Yeah.
which I'll go in pretty shortly because we're actually slowly getting close to that point. And then if that wasn't enough, there was a 10-minute death on Monster Crony in my PB, and a near death on the second fight. So all considered, there is still a good 20 minutes to save. Okay, so I'm gonna make a safety save and take the inn here. I could do this in Gruberic if I were to do the class change, but since I don't need Thief, because I've already mastered it, we're just gonna do it like this. Guess I could have gone for Rogue, but it shouldn't matter too much. I can do that after Border Forest. Yeah, this is, if we keep up the pace, which, trust me, that's easier said than done, but if we can keep up the pace, this is definitely not impossible to world record.
Especially in like the last 2 boss fights, you can have some terrible RNG.
Yeah. The last couple of bosses in general, like the last 5 bosses roughly, can all troll pretty badly. So this is the border forest. This is the forest that borders the Gratz Kingdom. But as soon as we enter the forest, we see this ghost running around. Now, there weren't any enemies before, but if I move up now, there'll be enemies. So I'm going to use an escape here. That's just to get out for a little bit. There is an item that I need to pick up, but I can't do that until I've seen the ghost. So we go into this house over here and get the holy water. We don't actually need to read the diary about how the holy water works and whatnot. We're just good because we already know. What do you do? I think I can safely pass up, but I'm not gonna risk it anyway. I'd rather take the 7-second time loss there. So yeah, this area is very prone to potential tear gas skips. If the monsters are in the right positions, you don't need to use tear gas and you can safely pass them. It's kind of RNG whether or not they will be in that position or not. But I've gotten pretty lucky in general. I still had to use 2. One of them I think I don't need to, but I hadn't need to, but I'd rather play it a little safe now. So we don't actually need to talk to the priest, we can just go on again. The priest would tell us about what we need to do, but, you know, we already know this.
Risking to go basically without tear gas can cost you quite a lot of time.
Yeah, it can.
I mean,
You save a lot of time as well. It's a very high risk, high reward kind of way of playing. And if you got monster movement down well enough, then you can definitely go for a lot of those things. But
that is true.
there are a few places where you just can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But if you risk it here, that is usually a part where you do not want to save before, so basically you get back a long time and you basically lose everything if you try to skip past here.
Now I did actually end up saving earlier. Even though not much should go wrong, I did decide to do that just in case something weird happens. I mean, we can't have that happen during a marathon run after all. But it is still kind of, yeah, you don't really want to go for that kind of stuff. It's best to just play around safely and just go for a couple extra tear gases. It loses a bit of time, but you'll save that back generally. So this goblin I do need to tear gas. Otherwise I trigger the fight here. So we see the ghost one more time here. Now we're gonna go... Oh, that damage doesn't matter because I was gonna have to use a potion regardless. Okay, so this is the first moment where we will get to see Fury. So we're gonna use a couple of vitamins here. What vitamins do is it ups my attack by 50 points. That means that we'll be dealing a lot more damage throughout this fight. Now this guy, he can troll a bit, but generally this is a pretty easy fight. See, there you go, 19 damage. Not that big a deal. We are gonna just use Fury on this guy. Gonna make this a very easy fight on me. This guy's got just over 1,000 health, and you can see how consistent Fury is in terms of damage. Like, 120 is slightly above a chance hit, and Eldin dealing 240. That's even... I'd need a critical on a chance hit to match that kind of damage, and I just get it here very consistently with his move. So at this point, it is significantly faster for me to use Fury rather than Chance Hit.
No doubt about that. Chance Hit is just too high of a gamble right here, and you need a high roll and a crit to even out the Fury damage. And you guys saw how often that happened.
Yeah, Chance Hit is a really strong move early on, but at this point the damage that I deal with regular moves kind of caught up with what I would deal with Chance Hit. So at this point it becomes more or less obsolete. Not entirely. There is still a point where Chance Hit is going to come in very, very handy. But yeah, that was the Demon Steed fight. You can see it's a pretty quick fight, and it's most of all a very consistent fight now because of that Chance Hit. So I'm going to use Escape one more time. I could walk all the way out of the forest, but that's not really worth it. Instead of that, we're just going to move on to the start of this dungeon again, because I actually need to go back to the start of the dungeon anyway. This saves me doing a couple additional rooms, and generally a lot of additional tear gases. Okay, that was pretty unlucky. He was going to snipe me if I didn't tear gas there.
The only game left is Final Fantasy III, if I recall correct, right?
This isn't Final Fantasy, please.
No.
No, there's Lufia 1 after this, and then Lufia 3
right.
after that.
Of course, Lufia. Totally. Why did I forget about Lufia 1? For some reason I already thought Lufia 1 was done. stupid me.
No, Lufia won.
it's-
Yeah, we get Lufia 1 by El Magus right after this one, and then after that we'll have Lufia 3 by Delm. So there is definitely still a few Lufia games left. Okay, I need to tear gas. No, this is not Golden Sun. This is Lufia 4, Ruins of Lore. So this is the actual Gratz border. As soon as we get close, they shoot an arrow at us, because, you know, this is the wall, like, into the Gratz kingdom. And, you know, the Gratz kingdom, seeing as how they're trying to take over the world, they probably don't want anyone infiltrating. Luckily, we can just go through the forest here, and that gets us to probably one of the most sad and creepy towns in the game. This is Gondorl. Gondorl? Gondorle? Whatever you want to call it. I have no idea what they actually want to call it here. It's kind of a ghost town. Before anything else, I'm gonna sell some stuff. Get myself some money. I should hopefully... Yeah, I definitely have enough here. Cool. And we're going to use that to buy ourselves the Restraint Chain on Torma. That's going to get Torma that kind of attack boost that Eldin got earlier. As always, going to take the inn. So yeah, this is the land of the... This is pretty much, we're now in the land of the dead. Interestingly enough, it's right next to the Gratz border, but we'll leave the details for that, for your own imagination, I suppose. And then when we walk into the graveyard, this is where the next dungeons start, and this place is literally called the Land of the Dead. Okay, Wisp enemies, thank you for not hitting me.
Good guy wisps, I assume?
Oh, never mind. Okay, we did surprise the enemy. There is one that ended up teleporting right behind me. Okay, next up is probably the most annoying room in the Land of the Dead. Okay, we can skip that skeleton. I'm gonna try to avoid the ferry here. That should take me 2 tear gases with some luck. Okay, I need you to move, fairy. That'll do. I have no idea where the living people are, Kuma. No, this is just for the fun of it. This is no charity event. We're just playing Lufia for the fun of Lufia because it's an amazing RPG series. You know, just show our love for the games with everyone else. Okay, so this dungeon actually involves the latest skip that we found. There's a lot of diaries throughout the dungeon, and in my current record run, I read most of them, because I thought they were mandatory, actually. But it turns out most of them are actually completely skippable. Not all of them. There's like 2 of them that you cannot skip regardless. But most of them are skippable, and saves about 3 minutes not having to go through all of them. So this is the first one this one isn't skippable. The next door wouldn't unlock if I wouldn't read this diary. So the girl, she mentions her pendant. She's lost her pendant, and because of that she can't move on. There's only a little bit in the diary about what happened to her. But it turns out she's in grave pain here. And there's nothing she can do. So what we need to do is we need to collect a couple of keys in order to actually be able to access the pendant.
You can't really say what is the best Lufia game.
They're all fantastic, honestly. Although I agree with most people that Lufia 2 is my favorite. Just my personal favorite. Lufia 4 being my second favorite, though. I love this game almost as much. So yeah, by walking around the garden here, we make sure we don't trigger a couple of skeleton enemies that are around. Okay, that was... Okay, I'm gonna play it safe here. And there's a couple of gaps here that we can fall into, but on the main route there's actually more of those. So we skip most of those as well. So yeah, here you get to see how these skeletons can just come up and start attacking you. I had to move up a bit because of the horse, but we should be fine with double tear gas. I think I have more than 10 steps. Yeah, we're good. So I had to use an additional tear gas there, but we're still going to be saving a lot of time on this split compared to world record at this rate.
Yeah, the chemist class is a really, really good class. It has some really cool moves, but yeah, the tear gas move is insanely good.
Yeah, most of the moves I don't think are particularly useful for a speedrun, but the tear gas is just amazing. It's so powerful. So this is a cute little cutscene here. This is the mirror room. So we look into the mirror, because, you know, Rami's a girl and she likes to see herself in the mirror. And then when she turns around, that happens. It turns out this mirror is not just any mirror. Tear gas stuns enemies for 10 turns, or 10 steps, so I can move for 10 steps without hitting an encounter. Where is Risky Hit? I used Fatal Blow, dang it. I was supposed to do Risky Hit there. It's fine, but it's kinda dumb.
Taking some damage.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal, honestly.
No, not too bad.
I'll heal with Torma on the next turn. Torma is faster anyway. I'll just use a Lac Cheese and then use Risky Hit with Elden.
There are some useful spells that we sadly cannot get in the speedrun, but some spells that are really interesting to use and play with it, but
casually it's definitely worth to play with a lot of these classes and spells and see what works. Because there's a lot of different ways you can build up a party. We choose to do it like this because it just ends up being the fastest, but there is a lot of other really cool ways to set up a party. Okay, so I'm gonna have to focus here. You can see that dog encounter there. If he happens to be behind the wall, he can be really hard to spot sometimes. Luckily, he was very visible for me this time, and I can easily pass him this way. But he is actually very, very dangerous if you happen to encounter him. So we're gonna fall down here. That's gonna get us the next treasure, which is just, or next quote-unquote key, which is over here. The soldier shield. Coming out of that room, we can move on now that we have the soldier's shield, we can finish up this statue again. And by doing so, the statue will move out of the way and I can continue. And here we have the storage key.
For example, as skills that are interesting to use but not good for a speedrun would be the last spell of the chemist, Manipulate. Is basically a...
Oh, why did I do that? That's...
basically a skill that the enemy attacks himself. It is really unreliable because it has a high miss chance. And even if it's not missing, it is a weird spell overall.
Yeah, so in this room, this is the room, the storage room, and in this room is actually where the pendant that we were looking for is hidden. Now, there is again 2 of those wisp enemies, and it's really hard to actually dodge them. I think in my PB I actually managed to keep away from both of them, but one of them just got into a fight with me anyway, so I'm just gonna kill him off quickly. It's not really worth to not kill them off, because chances are they'll enter another fight with me, and in that case will ambush me. Also, I may take the other fight on purpose, considering Eldon's experience right now. Okay, well, I got into a fight with it anyway. I even got ambushed there, that's really annoying. I should have the health to not worry, though. Yeah, I should be fine for double risky hit. As always, double risky hit is a little bit dangerous here, because you're still relying on not taking too much damage yourself. But I should survive, no problem here. So that's gonna get Eldon the level up so I can get experience a bit more efficiently. Unfortunately, that doesn't go for Torma, but I don't feel like it would be worth it to do yet another fight because of it. Plus, I got ambushed by this guy anyway, so at least it gets rid of that.
It
So
would
yeah,
be only well if there is like another good encounter, fast encounter, but even then it's...
Yeah, it's not, there is none that I would know of. So yeah, this is the pendant from the diary we just saw. So the one diary that I read, that's the only one that's actually mandatory. Whereas in the record run, I think I read all of them. But upon further investigation, it turned out most of these were completely skippable. And you can see how that saves a lot of time here. It saves about 3 encounters that I would otherwise have to fight, as well as a lot of additional moving around in general. So it turns out the pendant that we got, it just gets the girl in more pain. So we're gonna actually have to fight the girl's spirit. Now luckily, like last time, we have Fury for this, so this becomes a pretty safe fight. This guy, or this girl I suppose, actually does have quite a bit of health. She's got 1580 health, and she can do some pretty significant damage on me. So we're going to be using 2 vitamins once more. Gonna get a sip of water quickly.
That's what you get, a dry mouth from talking way too much.
Why do you think I wanted you here, Saito, for this run?
To cheer you on, making bad comments, bad jokes.
So yeah, back in the very old route, we actually didn't have lac cheese for this, so you always had to keep one character on healing just to keep alive, which is really annoying, but with this route, luckily that's not an issue. Nice critical from Eldon there. So that's about a third of, about a third of her total health in one turn. Very fortunate first turn. Yeah, I can go for Fury again, and then I'll heal next turn. Should be okay. So we're on 700 damage roughly. 900. So yeah, the girl spirit also has toxic cloud similar to the king spider earlier. One of my characters getting poisoned here, which is a little unfortunate. So I'll throw an antidote his way, and I think I'll use the other turn to just heal him up. Make sure I stay alive.
We're on such a good pace, we do not want to lose time here.
No. Okay, another toxic cloud. That's actually a really interesting choice. If we get a double miss from her, that'd be fantastic. Unfortunately, we don't. What the hell did I use? Why the hell did I not heal? Okay, that was weird. So yeah, Torma's gonna be taking some damage here, unfortunately, because of the poison. For some reason I didn't heal with my lac cheese, which is weird. Lac cheese. Lac cheese. Triple Toxic Cloud. This is an interesting choice to say the least.
She's out for poisoning.
Yeah, although that double miss gives me a free turn basically.
That indeed is true. That's good.
And I think after this healing I can just go straight for a kill.
There shouldn't be much hit points left.
No, I don't think so. She should have like 400, which I think is enough to get the kill on this turn. And with Black Storm, Black Storm just deals damage. She's got some pretty dangerous moves, although they rarely hit and they rarely actually cause any trouble. Yeah, with a crit on Torma there, that should guarantee the kill this turn. And the crit on Eldin too. Good job, guys. So that was Girl Spirit. With that, I'm actually really curious to see how I'm doing on time right now.
Around 9 minutes ahead.
Nice.
Yeah, around 9 minutes.
Yeah, that just goes to show how much time there is to save in this one split. Not to say we're safe yet, because this next forest is one of the more dangerous areas and I don't get to save unless I take a 5-minute detour. So this priest, he walks in, he gives the girl the actual pendant. She tells him that he's come back and that she's been waiting for a long time. And she's been keeping on to this for her. So this is the white shard. The girl can finally rest now. We get the white shard, which is I believe the 4th item that we needed. But or no, we're further in. We're on the 5th or 6th already, actually. But the entire place just comes crashing down as soon as we get there. And with it, not only the girl herself disappears, the entire town with it does too. The ghost town is no more. So we can still go back to there, but there isn't a lot there. There's just, you can still save, but that's just about it. The church still works, but nothing else.
Because the priest wasn't an undead, I guess, soon.
Well, it works with a book rather than a priest.
Oh, yeah, that indeed is true.
So I'm gonna heal up because there is actually some of the most dangerous enemies coming up. Now we are coming up on the next skip. There is actually a boss skip here. There is a kind of semi-boss to the right of here. And at first, in the first route, we actually thought we had to fight him. But it turned out it was a completely optional fight. So we're just gonna skip out on it. And with that, we're coming up on probably the most dangerous enemy in the game. Or at least the one that I consider the most dangerous. That bee there is, by definition, the most dangerous enemy in the game. It's very easy to die on that if you get a bad pattern. So I'm gonna actually use an extra tear gas just in case I mess it up somewhere. There's actually a hole near him, where if you fall in, you're pretty much dead. It's literally how I lost my last run. And since the last save is quite some way away, it becomes even more annoying. There's actually 2 or 3 of those throughout the border forest. We're gonna have to attempt to skip all of them. They are the bees. They outspeed me, and they have a really, really powerful move that hits all of my party members for about a third of their health. So there's the second bee. Again, gonna use a tear gas just to play it completely safe here.
They're as scary as a Lufia too.
They
They're
are...
just scary.
Yeah, these... Like, if you saw how scary they were in the Ancient Cave, they are significantly more scary here. Like, they are significantly more dangerous than they are in Lufia 2. It's the most unforgiving encounter in the entire game. But we got past those at least. I think those 2 are the only hard skips. Or the only... Oh, okay, so this is not as big a deal. I could go for the fight here, but I think I'm gonna smoke ball out and try to just entirely skip this. Can I move down here? I think I can, so we're getting a tear gas. This is not a dangerous enemy. From here on, enemies are not as scary. Those bees are the main focus. As long as you can skip those, you'll generally be fine. There's actually some mandatory fighting coming up very soon as well. There's 5 mandatory fights, 3 of which are cores, so I guess they're not that bad in general.
Mandatory core voice hype.
Yep. Now, unlike Lufia 2, cores in this game are actually... they actually work slightly differently. In Lufia 2, the green cores are the best to grind on. In Lufia 4, it's the blue cores that actually give more experience. So we will not be grinding on the green cores down here, but we're going to be grinding on a blue core coming up later on. So yeah, these cores I'm going to completely skip on. They're not worth it to fight for me. Especially considering I'm getting low on AP. We're going to fall down here. So these are 5 enemies that I need to fight. 3 of which, like I said, are cores. There is also a bear. Come on. Get over here, core. Okay, we'll just do it like this, whatever. I will still chance hit the cores just to get the kill on them as quickly as I can.
Thirdly, we do not know rapid fire right now.
No, we don't.
Yay, a 200 chance hit. And 100.
Oh, I thought one of the cores would have moved there. Whatever. So I'm gonna get to this ferry, and this ferry and stuff, I really want to get the ambush on this. With this ferry encounter, there can actually be a core. Or a bee, I mean. It's pretty unlikely for there actually to be a bee in that encounter, but it can happen, and it has caused me some trouble before. There's only 2 party members because experience gets shared in this game. So I level significantly faster with the 2 of them, and I don't really need the other characters.
Decker is basically just sunbathing while Rami is in the official Earthhack Club.
Yeah, pretty much. Just got Shared Pain. Shared Pain is a move we had hopes for before of it being a really useful move, but it turned out we couldn't do what we were hoping for.
Yep,
So it's actually...
sadly.
Yeah, so it's actually not that great a move anymore. Where is Risky Hit? There it is. Okay, pretty unlucky that I got several attacks on Eldin, but we're almost done with this dungeon anyway. Okay, that's unlucky. But I'm not gonna bother reviving him. I'll make sure Torma gets the full health, though. It's, at this point, not actually worth it for me to revive, because this is literally the last fight that I'm gonna have to do. These cores are likely to run away, and I can one-shot them regardless. So it's not worth it for me to revive Eldin. We'll just take some experience with Torma.
Which is a good thing, because you will be one of our main damage dealers in the later part of the game.
Yeah. It's literally, once I get through this fight, it's just a straight way out of the dungeon. And then we get to... we have to class change to Rogue anyway. So we can use that time to recover as well. Save up the revive. So yeah, we just go down here. So this is the Gratz Kingdom itself. We're not going to bother with it just yet. We're first going to move on to the town of Daros again. Quickly going to heal up Eldin. Or in this case, I suppose, Jeff. So yeah, there's a several class changes quickly after each other coming up. With Eldin, we'll only be doing a few fights. It's one more up. Oh, I'm not actually fully grinded thief. That's actually not a huge deal. Now that I think about it. I thought I was fully leveled mage because I got sonar, which I thought was the move I needed. But turns out I remembered wrong. That shouldn't actually lose me any time. It won't save me time, but it won't lose me any time either.
Oh, you still need to learn Cold Wind and Scan.
It was Scan that I was thinking of. Like I said, it won't actually lose me any time. Because he's, like, the main thing is Mirror, and the only really reason we use Rapid Fire is, core grinding. And it adds as a bit of a safer bonus to Risky Hit later on. But other than that, it doesn't do a whole lot. So yeah, these are some of the Gratz soldiers, and this is also the first time we get to hear the Gratz battle theme, I think. No, this is still a regular battle theme. Scratch what I said. This is not that. These guys, they've got 700 health each. They're not particularly difficult. Like you can see here, we deal like 200 damage a turn. Nice crit, dude. Nice crit.
That's the Commander 1 split, right?
Yes, this is Commander 1. I think... no, I'll get rid of that one first, because it's about dead. Okay, so Torma should be faster and should be able to use a lac cheese here, which is what I'm aiming to use. Okay, so you call a soldier for help. That might look like a really bad thing, but it really isn't. The soldiers only have 100 health, so they go down in one fury. I mean, we do get to see the death enemy. Sorry?
It's basically just a time waste when they call soldiers.
Yeah, but then again, we do get some extra experience, which isn't too bad.
True.
So yeah, that was the first commander fight. So how am I doing after Border Forest?
You got the stop 5 commander, which is 8 minutes ahead,
Good enough?
roughly.
Good enough. It's this one actually. So I'm gonna heal up in the inn here. We're actually gonna have to do a little bit of shopping here. Let me get my shopping list quickly. This is the first town that sells high potions, which helps a lot with the healing later on. Wait, isn't it up here? Yeah, it is. So this is the S-Stock. That's like 4,000 gold right there. And it's very easy to pick it up. Before we'll actually go for it, for the actual shopping, we'll do one more commander fight though. So I'm gonna do this fight, and then I'm gonna get out of this town again. And the reason for that is that I need to have gotten rid of this fight, because it's too strong if I wanted to do this as a mage. It would just waste too much time if I tried as a mage.
As we talked about basically at the start when we talked about classes, mages are really fragile.
They're super fragile. They're a super fragile class, but Mirror is just too overpowered. We're only gonna be mage for one dungeon, and that's this one. And it's just to get that one particular move, because this is the place that has blue cores. So we kind of need this place in order to get that move out of this.
Crrool is basically so overpowered that we take a 20-minute farming split just to get it and basically beat the end boss.
Well, to be fair, I mean, it is a 20-minute grinding split, no doubt. It's a very long segment, but it also gets us a good chance to kind of catch up in level, because we haven't really been paying attention to our level much since the start. So this kind of gets us that little bit of extra leveling on top of it. So we get both the spells, or the spell we would like, as well as the levels we kind of have been needing for a while, but have never gotten the opportunity to properly get.
And with the levels, we basically... what is the most important with the levels is, again, the health here to let us survive later on the attacks.
Yeah, there's some pretty nasty bosses coming up where we kind of want to have those levels just to increase survivability. That is almost enough damage. That's kind of unfortunate. So that gets rid of the soldiers. These weren't really the difficult fights. There is a slightly more difficult fight in that dungeon. Or, no, not so much slightly more difficult, but it's as difficult, but at that point your classes aren't as good. Because of which it becomes a bit more difficult. Generally though, there isn't a whole lot to worry about in Graz. So I'm gonna move out of the town. I'm gonna go to Gruberik, heal up again, and get that remaining class change. And then we'll save up, go to Graz, and, you know, get ready for the actual Graz castle.
Soon it's time for the next snack refill and toilet break.
Yeah, definitely.
Just bear with us a little bit longer.
So I was actually supposed to take the inn after doing class change, because I'll probably be low on MP, which I kind of need for this next dungeon. Jeff will become your apprentice.
Jeff, apprentice of magic.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take another inn. Whoops. I can take that in Graz. Nah, this will be faster, and if not, it'll be more money efficient. So yeah, this is kind of the debate of what's fast and what's the right thing to do here. Luckily, this next dungeon is a very easy, pretty forgiving dungeon too. It won't be later on in the run when we go there for the second time, but the first time it's pretty forgiving.
Yeah, that indeed.
Okay, we've got 100 AP. That should do. So yeah, this seems like a really dumb distraction, but we need that mage class to get a lot of additional safeties later. And with that, we're gonna buy some last equipment and actually head in. First off, let's sell that, the blood chain. Let's not sell the cutter whip just yet. Equip the, let's see, Aeronite helmet. And then we'll go for some high potions. That should be down here. So yeah, you can see here, high potions, they're pretty expensive. But having a bunch of those just adds significantly to the safety. So the regular potions, they heal for 30 each. And you know, at the point we're at, 30 health isn't a lot anymore. But the high potions, they heal for 100 each, so they're significantly more useful in terms of healing. They are 10 times as expensive, so, you know, there is still that problem. But generally that's not so much an issue, because we still have enough money from the blue cheese that we did earlier. Also, this is the first time that we actually get to... Sorry. This is the first time that we're gonna actually get to hear the Graz battle theme. We'll only hear that in this dungeon, so enjoy it while you can.
It's a good battle theme, it's a really good one.
So you were saying, Saito?
Even the savior of the world has to pay for his potions.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is the enemy castle that we're at. These are the guys that we're trying to save the world from.
Yeah, but also you have to pay in all the other towns.
True. So these soldiers, they are actually, like, if they're just physically there, you can just skip them. It's not an issue at all. They only have, even the commanders here, they only have 100 health right now. No, let's not risky hit. Let's use Fury. So yeah, they become pretty easy fights at this point. Just one Fury and they'll go down. They won't go down without the Fury, but as long as you Fury, it's not an issue. Oh, he actually survived. Okay, interesting. Not a huge deal, but interesting. So yeah, we've already learned 2 spells being a mage, but you can see here with Eldin's health, it gets pretty close. Only 67 total health. And that is just not a lot. But it'll do. We'll be able to survive with it as long as we need to. So yeah, the Gratz Kingdom is kind of designed in a weird way. There's a lot of these little bars that we... or pipes, I suppose, that we need to walk over.
Yeah, you can get lost in here pretty easy. Because all the pipes and the lower floors and stuff like that.
They look very much the same, so it's very easy to get lost. But I don't think we should get lost here. That wouldn't exactly be fast. The good thing is there is only a couple of turns, so as long as you remember which turn to make when, that makes it pretty easy generally. Come on, core. So yeah, these are the blue cores. This is the first one we're going to be fighting, but we're going to be fighting a whole bunch more later on. Just to give an idea, we need to eventually, on the actual core fight, we're going to need to kill roughly 100 of them. Luckily they're guaranteed... Oh wow, he's actually staying. Nice. So yeah, with chance hit, they're pretty much a guaranteed kill here. Makes this really, really easy, and you'll see how much experience this gives. So yeah, there you go, 9,999 experience just from 3. So you might be able to imagine, like, if I kill like 100 of them, how much experience that would give me. And that just makes the cores really, really worthwhile to grind on. So yeah, here is 2 soldiers. You know, you might think, oh god, more soldiers, we're gonna have to fight that, but nope. We're just gonna use tear gas and pass them by. How they wouldn't see me there just because of some tear gas, I have no idea. But they won't stop me, so I'm not complaining.
Okay, okay, we're gonna try that. I throw a tear gas grenade and you try to see me.
No, but you should at least hear me or something and know that I'm still there. Plus, I mean... Yeah, okay, fair point.
Even worse, try to fight me then.
So yeah, this is our core grind. This is our little core. We're going to be grinding on this guy a lot from here. Like I said, we're going to fight roughly 100 of these guys.
So if you want to make some refill on your snacks or on your drinks...
Yeah, now would be a good time. We'll be here for a good while. Just grinding out levels. Now you may have noticed I'm defending with Torma. Now obviously that oh wow, he actually got away. Dang, I thought he wouldn't. My agility is lower than I thought. It's not a big deal, but wastes a bit of time.
What Crrool basically meant is he's absolutely remodeling his face.
Oh god. So yeah, the movement here is pretty precise, but if you do the same movement, you'll always get the surprise attack on this enemy. I used Fatal Blow. It's not on... You'll see me use Fatal Blow on this thing a few times. That's not uncommon. Fatal Blow is the move I get put on if I learn a spell and then get into the next fight because of how the memory cursor works. So I'm mashing for chance hit, but since I just learned a new spell, I get to do a different move instead. How much AP do I... 12, okay. I can still kill 6 more cores with Torma. So yeah, basically we're going to be grinding all the way till we get Mirror, which is one of the last mage spells, unfortunately. in the same process, it'll also roughly get us to level 24-ish. 23, 24, roughly along those lines somewhere. So this is also the last bit of grinding we'll be doing for the entire remainder of the game. Yeah, this is a lot of core grinding, but like I said, this pretty much gets all the grinding in one segment rather than spread it out over the entire game. So we get to do one grinding section, which is a very efficient moment to get a lot of levels here.
Also, I guess this is the only Lufia game where you actually be able to back attack cores.
Yeah, this is the only one, making this incredibly quick.
You basically get at least a certain 2 core kill. And
3 is guaranteed, actually, if you ambush them.
oh, okay. If you have 3.
Yeah. The 4th one isn't guaranteed anymore, because that gets a turn before Eldin does, because of the agility. But the first, like, every fight has at least 2 cores, and if there is 3, you're guaranteed to kill the 3rd one as well because of that back attack. So yeah, this is also where the remaining lac cheeses are gonna come in handy. We kind of need AP for this, and in order to recover that, we can use the lac cheese, which recovers 10 AP for each hit that I have. And since I have like 40 of them still, like, we get plenty of AP to finish up this grinding segment here. Okay, we're almost leveling again with Eldin.
We should have prepared some games for this part.
Yeah, this is definitely not the most interesting part of the run, but it is one of the more important segments, just because of how much we get out of this little grind.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about a lot of grinding spots on where to take the grind and what to grind and what actually to do, but it turns out that this here is the best way of actually grinding.
It's a really fast, really safe method, and it's the combination of both its safety and its speed that makes this as worthwhile as it is.
The other point where you can grind is a little bit earlier in the room where you basically drop down and find the 3 green cores.
Yeah. The problem is green cores don't give as much experience, and they're harder to manipulate than these are.
Yes, exactly.
So can you try to keep track of the moves, by the way? I just learned shield.
Yes.
You might be able to tell me how far in I am.
We need to go deeper. We need to go deeper.
This Lufia plays 20 years after Lufia 2, so this is the first game that kind of moves on in the timeline. We've moved 20 years into the future. Decker is just sunbathing. He's not so much dead, he's just sunbathing.
You just got skill 6 of 9.
Okay, cool. That's getting me pretty close already. The further on in the grind I get, the slower I'll start learning moves. So even though that was the 6th, that doesn't mean we're like 7 or 65% in at this point.
Next you should learn bold, then silent, and then already is mirror.
Cool.
But yeah, the next spells do take quite a while.
Yeah,
and then
the further you get, the more cores I'm gonna have to kill to get one additional spell. But like I said, both the levels are very important. important, as well as the moves that we get for them. Well, rather, the one move. But those levels actually play a very, very big role as well.
It's more or less the agility and the health that we get with the characters.
Yeah, not to mention the strength increase as well. Meaning we start dealing more damage again.
Yeah, absolutely, but even if we would have lower strength, we would still be able to kill them if we have the agility and health.
Yeah, so
Well,
there
that's
was
the-
Bolt. Okay, we have... I don't need to lack cheese yet, I can wait one more fight.
I think it was something like 30 to 40 cores that we need from the room.
That's gonna be another... Fatal Blow.
As always, new spell into Fatal Blow.
Yeah, new spell into Fatal Blow is very, very common. I did that in the world record run a few times as well. It's not too consequential, because there was only a 2-core encounter, so I'll still get the kill. So now I'm gonna have to use those lack cheeses again, because Torma's run out of MP, or AP. I think I Fatal Blowed again, because I wasn't paying the... Oh yeah, the main character kind of looks out of place here, because I opted to give him the green shirt rather than the default, the default tunic. If you look in the corner of the stream under the timer, you'll see the actual tunic that he's supposed to have and what he's supposed to look like. I just decided I would give him a bright green tunic instead, because, you know, we might as well.
Green lightsaber and stuff.
Come again?
Green lightsaber.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's level 20 already. Nice, another 4 encounter. 4 usually means I'll only get to kill 3, but there's a chance I might kill the 4th one as well. Had I had rapid fire, and would it actually have worked? So I'd have to have Torma have rapid fire. I probably could kill all of them. We're actually looking into the potential to teach Mirror to Torma and have Eldin learn rapid fire. But we're not far enough into testing that I was confident running that in a marathon. It wouldn't save a huge amount of time, but it would probably save like 1 or 2 minutes.
It basically just grants you on the 4-core fight the 4th core for sure, and not just a random number that to get it or not.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of something that we will be testing out, and which might save another couple minutes for future runs, but it's just we're not far enough into the routing of that to see if we can actually do it in a marathon run.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of Lufia games.
Yeah, when you really look at it, like we still got a reasonable list of games with 2 Lufia 2 runs and then Lufia's 1, 3, 4 and DS. I mean, I guess 3 and 4 are definitely not the more well-known runs. Particularly those 2 are not too well-known. DS kind of is still known as a game, but doesn't have a lot of people that are actually interested in running it. Though, to be fair, like, they are all pretty fun runs to do. I still have to finish learning 3 and DS, but they seem really cool runs as well. And if anybody is ever interested in trying Lufia 4, feel free to message me. It'd be good to get some extra Lufia 4 runners, because it's been pretty lonely so far.
You just don't want to be the best.
Ah,
and
there's
the
a crit
worst
for
runner.
100. Dude, nice.
You have amazing colorful notes and basically everything that you need for the run.
Yeah, if you wanna, like I said, if you wanna try this out, just message me or Saito. We can get you notes and everything you need to get started. It is a long run. It's definitely a very demanding run, but it's also a really fun run to do.
And if you ask us and kinda make an appointment with us, most of the time we would lurk the whole stream when you're doing it and help you while doing
Probably.
it.
I mean, it really counts for any of the Lufia games. It'd always be great to see more people try running the Lufia series. There is some pretty amazing runs in it. Not just Lufia 1, or Lufia 4, but Lufia's 1 and 2, which I've both run as well, are also fantastic runs to do. Okay, I might need to heal again.
Jasper is up for learning it.
Jasper is! That sounds pretty hype, Jasper. I'm looking forward to seeing you run this.
Once he's done with Mirror Edge, that is like a 180 degrees turn off.
That is quite the change, but like I said, it would be very nice to see more people run this game, because there is so much to be improved still, and I think with more people we can probably find more things to change and more ways to do this even faster. I need to kill about 100 cores total, X0. That's gonna get me the mirror spell, which is a spell I'm going to need for pretty much every boss coming up from this point on.
You could say he needs around like 8 more minutes doing that.
Yeah, probably.
If you have not lost a lot of time, it should be around 8.
I haven't. We should be pretty good.
Want the confidence?
But next spell should be silence that you learn, and
Yep,
that's
just
already
learned
mirror.
it.
So it's just Mirror now?
Yeah, so we've learned every mage spell that I need except for the final one. That's okay. I didn't fatal blow this time. Nice,
Whoa, how could that happen?
because I was actually paying attention there.
I do not know what to say to that. I'm amazed, Crrool.
Such a minor little thing, but it does save a little bit of time still. Okay, so we should be slowly getting to the end of this core grind. Like I said, this is literally the last grind that we need to do in the entire game. This is the third of the 3 big grinds, or big grinding sections. We had the chance hit, oh wow, a double critical in that fight. Both for 80 too. It's dumb. Okay, but we had the grind fight for chance hit early on, which is about 10 minutes. We have the money grind with the blue teas, which is about 6 to 7 minutes, I think. And then this is the longest of the 3 grind sections, but it is also the most significant one. It's just gonna help us tank so many more things from this point on. There's Torma hitting level 21.
So, Crrool, if I would come up and actually want to run this game, first of all, is there a good emulator to play it on, or should I
Unfortunately, emulation on this game is horrible. It's very, very inaccurate because of that lag that I keep getting on console. You either will get a lot more lag, or you will get significantly less. For learning, it's not a huge deal, obviously, but it is to be considered. There is a pretty big difference, unfortunately.
Okay. So if I would buy this game, is there a version of it for like every region? So can I buy an NTSC and
Yeah, you
an
can
EU
like
version?
the GBA games are not region exclusive. I imported my Lufia 4 copy from Australia just to give you an idea.
So are there dungeon skips in the run? Cool. Do we skip any dungeon?
I don't think we skipped the ancient cave obviously, but I think that's just about it.
No one wanna see Ancient Cave?
I mean, the ancient cave it's a fun dungeon, but it's a really weird dungeon. The way the ancient cave works in this game, there's only 60 floors rather than 80. You actually get to keep items. You get to select 10 items you can bring with you into the cave. That among those 10 items, you can have hold on. Some menuing quickly. But yeah, among those items you can have equipment, but you could also, for example, bring a stack of 99 high potions. And on every floor of the ancient cave, you have to fight a kind of a more or less of a boss, I guess. Most of them are pretty easy, but there also are a few bosses that actually appear regularly in the game. That's true, Australia is PAL as well, but it counts for any GBA game. GBA is not region exclusive as far as I'm aware. Like, if I had gotten a US copy, it would have been just as fine. At least as far as I'm aware. Yeah, that's what I run on as well, Jasper. I run on a GameCube with Game Boy Player. That's also why the game might look so blurry on stream, because we're actually on console as we speak. This is one of those games. I knew about the lag going into it, so I considered I told myself I wasn't gonna run it until I actually got it on console. So with some help of some people, I managed to be able to buy this game and actually run console runs. It is definitely a worthwhile game, even if you're not speedrunning it, and you can definitely play casually on emulator just fine. I think, if I recall, MGBA runs it fairly accurately, although I'm not completely sure on that. So it's definitely, like, casually, it's definitely worth to try this game. For speedrunning purposes, I would recommend console, because I've seen how the slowdowns are. I've played it on VBA, where there is practically no slowdown as well. And I've had another emulator that I tried, not sure which one, where I got I think it was just another version of it, but it was just, it lagged so much more than it does on console. Whoops. Okay, I messed that one up.
It's around 1 or 2 more minutes of this, and then we're done here.
Yeah, we should
Hopefully.
almost be done. No, Moobot is programmed to just say something every couple of minutes. Okay, don't have it yet, but we should be getting close. So, Mirror has one big downside to it. Mirror, the spell that we'll be getting in just a minute, it pretty much negates every damage that I take. So enemies will not be able to deal damage on me for 3 turns. The problem is it only lasts for 3 turns, which I guess with 2 characters isn't such a big deal. But it doesn't. It does cost a lot of MP. It costs 8 AP, which is quite a bit for this point in the game. And on top of that, it doesn't actually protect from status effects, which is usually the more dangerous part of it. Okay, I should be getting mirror any moment now. Also, I may... No, I can still do this. I may have to lack cheese in a second. The backstory of Lufia is generally pretty straightforward. There's 4 Sinistrals trying to take over the world, and you gotta somehow try to stop them. This Lufia in particular is the only one that doesn't have those Sinistrals. This is more or less a side story, and we're gonna try to protect the world from a kingdom that's trying to take over. Also, I just got Mirror, so we're now finally moving on into this dungeon.
Okay, still 7 minutes ahead.
Nice, nice. I don't think these are the ones I needed. I mean, there is a lot more to the Lufia's story than that, but in a nutshell, that sums it up pretty well, I think. Okay, so we're gonna go down here. I need that dog to move away. Please tell me that worked. It did, nice. So there's 2 rings up here that we're gonna pick up. Oh, whoops. That's not a huge deal. I can run away, no problem. Smoke ball. Just hope it won't kill me. It shouldn't, but I just hope it won't. That might actually start hurt. Yeah, okay, we're good. That can be a bit of a dangerous fight. You can see there I survived on 3 health. So I also forgot to pick up 2 items. That's not generally a huge deal, because we're gonna come back here anyway, and I can pick them up then. They're a tiny bit harder to manipulate at that point, but it shouldn't be a big deal. I might not even need them, because I might not even end up needing that money. So I got 2 rings there, the power ring and the angelic ring. The angelic ring increases my agility, whereas the power ring increases my strength. So since Eldin is the one Eldin is the one with the mirrors, we're gonna get the angelic ring on Eldin, and we're gonna use the power ring on Torma. This way. So yeah, with all the movement, it's kind of hard to focus on chat again, so I might be missing some stuff again. Movement generally gets pretty precise in some parts, and that includes this area.
No questions there. It's more or less discussing what the Sinistrals are doing.
Ah, okay. So yeah, we need to cut these power lines. That's gonna open up some gates further on. If I wouldn't cut the power lines, I would be stopped there and I'd have to backtrack for them.
Every electrician would absolutely agree. Cutting.
Oh yeah.
Cutting
It's,
power line with
I
a
mean,
sword is the best
as a
idea.
physics teacher, I know exactly where you're coming from. Cutting a power line with a sword is probably not recommended. I would recommend not trying that at home, but you know, for the sake of the run, we're just gonna have to do it.
Well, you will fly pretty far if you do that. So
Yeah, it's definitely not recommended. I
Well,
mean,
if
there.
you want to fly once, that is a good idea, but you will not fly another time after
No,
trying that.
I fear so too. Okay, steps worked out. Okay, so this is another one of those soldiers that's completely skippable. It looks like as if you would have to fight him because he's standing there on his guard duty, all nice and all. But we're not worried about him.
Well, I'm
Well,
not quite sure if a rubber handle is enough.
Yeah, and you still short circuit the entire thing, which doesn't help things along too well. I'd say. Regardless, let's just not try it at home. We'll leave that for the game to figure out the physics behind it. Also, so we move on for a bit, and then we run into this training camp. It's good stuff here. These soldiers are just training, and they're telling about how they have to keep every intruder out, and well, there we are. Right in front of the nose. That one soldier is really scared, but most of these don't really mind. So I'm gonna Fury. So I'm gonna use... this is the first time I'm gonna use Mirror here. I'm gonna do that just to make sure that Eldin can't die on this fight.
So, what you basically saw right there, it's the path that you have to go on to not fall down. Because otherwise you would fall down and have to climb up all over again. Luckily this soldier is nice enough and show us the way to walk. And yeah, this soldier luckily can jump and run and everything. He can sadly not jump, so we have to kind of figure out if it's up or left, so just guessing is not enough there. And yeah, that was the third and last power line that he had to cut. Now it's basically continue to the next boss, which is another commander fight. Well, luckily he can skip most of the encounters here, as always with the tear gas. Sadly, this is an encounter that we have to take. Cannot skip that because there is no path around them. So yeah, it's again pretty easy fight.
Yeah, so this is, these two commanders again have 700 health, similarly to the first couple commanders we fought. Since Eldon is still very, very fragile, I'm going to use a mirror there. This is also the last battle that I need to do in this place. This is the Commander 3 fight, Saito, in case you want to look it up. I used another mirror, that was a mistake.
3. So also another question for you, Crrool, just from my side. How do you prepare for a run this long?
I make sure I have a bottle of water and some snacks next to me. That's just about it, really. There's
And
not...
I guess a good couple hours of sleep, right?
Well, yeah. Especially considering the time this run was at. I definitely made sure to get some sleep before I'd start, but there really isn't a whole lot to it. I mean, these are usually runs that take pretty much an entire day to run. If I run yeah, they can't hear you as well. I should be back live. Can you message Magus that I should be back live?
The stream at least is back running on RPG
Okay,
Limit
we're back.
Break.
So yeah, apologies for that, guys. That tends to happen with my ISP. I'm actually glad it has been stable for the first 6 hours of the run, roughly. Or 6 hours of streaming, I guess.
Still around 5.5 minutes ahead.
Cool. So yeah, we just got the royal ring here. Oh, whoops. So the ring tells a similar story as to what we saw at the very start of the game. Remember the legend where we were talking about the ancient sunken city awakening from its long slumber? Well, with the royal ring, I'm gonna have him use an escape. Where is escape? There it is. I'm sorry, Baskra. So what we do is we throw the royal ring into the ocean here. That was not Moobot doing that, that was a different bot. Links are generally banned in this channel for pretty obvious reasons, considering how big chat is. So I'm gonna go back to Grubrick and I'm gonna change back into a Thief. I'm just gonna keep Thief for the remainder of the run. We don't really need to switch to Rogue. The stats are the exact same, so I don't need to worry about stats. Actually, let's go Thief first, then heal. So yeah, this loses me a little bit of time because I actually have to go here for Thief rather than being able to go for Rogue. But we should still be good. And then we'll move for Aristol pretty soon.
Oh, I'm sorry. You might just hear some motorcycle voices in the background. Our neighbor just got his Harley off, and yeah. Sorry about that. I had my window open. Kinda
So
forgot
this
that he
is-
likes to do that.
So this is the ancient sunken city that has awoken from its long slumber. And we're gonna go to that path of the Holy Land that would appear, so to speak, if we're reciting the legend. So this is the Labyrinth of Aristol, and this is a really interesting dungeon. We're gonna go through this dungeon twice, but it's gonna be completely different every time, because we'll have different water levels. Now, before we did the, how do you call that? The tear gas strats, this used to be one of the more dangerous dungeons in the game. This dungeon in general becomes incredibly annoying if you don't have tear gas. This is also the first moment where we actually get to use the ability of the priestess. She can translate whatever it says there, and we need that in order to unlock the door here.
Yes, this is the water temple of Lufiathon.
I mean, everybody likes water levels in games, right? Regardless of it being an RPG or a platformer, there's always some water level that everybody loves. This is the perfect example of that for Lufia 4.
Yeah, water temple, Ocarina of Time, such a fun place.
I mean, water temples are always great in speedrunning, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you are in there like for 2 minutes and then you'll never see it again. I learned some of the water temple skips for some Zelda games just to not do them again.
Yeah, water temples can be so annoying, and it counts for this one too. This is probably the dungeon I hated the most learning this game. And I think in my very first semi-blind run, I got stuck in here for like half an hour, if not more. And I just could not find the way. It ended up being really, really obvious, naturally, but I just could not find it at the time. That was wrong. So I'm supposed to go that way. There we go. That was it. Very, very minor mistake there. Loses me like a second, maybe 2.
Oh my
Nothing
God,
significant.
So much time. How will you get that back?
Yeah, I don't know, Saito. I really don't know how I will.
Shame.
Okay, so we're... Okay, again, for some reason my sound is being weird today. For some reason it does not like the water temple sound in particular.
Yeah, Lufia 2 aged really, really good. I have to totally agree to that.
Oh, no
But
doubt, it's aged fantastic. So, my sincerest apologies for the weird audio acting up every now and then. There's not much I can do about it. I don't know why it's been doing that. It's never done that before. Okay, so before we're actually going to the boss, because there is actually a boss in this place, there's 2 more things we need to do. First off, we're gonna get a key up here. And we'll need that key in order to safely pass through There is a door coming up, and we can't really pass through that if we don't have a key. Luckily, the key is just over there. It's not a big deal. That's the maze key. Now that we have the maze key... Oh, wow, I thought that was a rock he couldn't pass. My bad. I thought he would get stuck behind the rock. That's kinda dumb. This is what we have smoke balls for, so it's not a big deal. Loses me a bit of time again. It's all very minor time losses, but you see how how unforgiving this game can be. Let's see, move up here. So yeah, this one I'm not gonna risk at all. We're just gonna tear gas. Well, Ventus, you're seeing it right now, right? I mean, we technically went for 6 runs because we also did Ancient Cave in Lufia too, but it still ended up like a 30 to 35 hour marathon, so it's definitely enough to be worthwhile. Maze key.
Well, you can also make a marathon with 2 games. It is possible, no doubt about. It's if you have long games, then even 1 game is already something like a marathon.
Yeah, and like I said, this is the longest game in the marathon at just over 9 hours, or hopefully just under 9 hours. But it nonetheless is a really, really long game. Also, cat, stop being annoying. My cat is being annoying right now.
So the cat is back in your room?
No, it's a different cat.
Yeah.
The other cat that was annoying earlier, I put him outside, but... So, we move out. Instead of going to the boss, I first went to this place. This is a time portal. And basically what happens here is we see some kind of weird portal. We're not actually going in yet, but by going there first, I'm setting a warp point so that once I escape, I go right to that spot.
Also, we can sing the time warp song. Let's do the time warp again.
Oh, Saito, you promised me you wouldn't sing.
I've never promised that.
You said only if... No. You more or less promised you wouldn't. No, just don't.
I lied.
Oh god. What have we gotten ourselves into? So yeah, from there on we can just move quickly to the boss himself. Now this first boss coming up, or this next boss coming up, the Proto-Kraken, is not a particularly dangerous boss by any means. It's a fairly easy boss to get through. I think this is one of the first fights we might have used Rapid Fire for in the past, but we're not going to use Rapid Fire this time because we don't have it. There's only 2 bosses where we would normally use Rapid Fire, so it's not a big deal. So this is the Proto-Kraken. Now, before anything else, in turn 1, I'm going to get rid of those drill shells. So I'm just going to use Fury on them. Now the Proto-Kraken himself, he's not got a lot of health. He's got the same amount of health as the Demon Steed we fought like 3 hours ago or something. We're like 2.5, but this is not a boss I need to worry about at all. So now that we've gotten rid of those 2, I can Vitamin up and actually go in for a kill. I didn't use the vitamins right away to save up on the attack animations of the drill shells. We'll be doing that a few more, or another time in the boss after this, because there is one similar boss coming up soon. Tidal Wave doing quite a bit of damage there, but it shouldn't matter too much. 1050 health is what we're going for. Nice critical right off the bat there. Nice, 300 something damage. That's like a third of his health in one hit. So we're already halfway through the fight here. He can heal, but that just means he won't be hitting me, which means it just makes this even easier. That kind of negates the critical, but that doesn't save. It doesn't matter in terms of how many attacks I have to do. Still an even amount of it, or still the same amount of attacks, assuming I don't get another critical. So yeah, there we go, that was the Proto Kraken. He should go down with this move. There we go.
Wasn't that the normal Kraken?
No, that was Proto Kraken.
Ah, right. Stupid me. Spoiled the next boss.
Come again?
Stupid me spoiled one of the next bosses.
Yeah. Shame on you, Saito. Shame on you. So once I move behind it, it turns out there's the blue shard there. So we now have 7 of the 8 shards and stuff. Shards and stones. Gonna use an escape quickly. So because I went to the time portal beforehand, the escape just sets me right at the time portal and I can go through it immediately. This is probably the weirdest dungeon coming up. This is the Bahamut. We're actually being swallowed by Bahamut. I think it's Bahamut or a behemoth or something along those lines. Let's see. Yeah, it's a behemoth, not Bahamut. It's a behemoth. So we're actually gonna have to pass through this guy. It's like I said. This is just ignore the fact that it's this weird a dungeon. This is just, yeah, no comment. So the core you saw running there, that's a no core. It's not actually worth it for me to fight the no core because if I attempt to fight it, I just end up, it just ends up running away. It is faster, even if I get an ambush on it, it will still be faster than me. So yeah, we're gonna open up a bridge here. Whoops. Shouldn't matter, I should be fast enough. Where's my smoke balls?
And also you just passed the 6-hour mark.
Okay. We're a good bit into the game, but that was, like, I knew that much. Let's see how we are gonna end this, though. We still have some of the most dangerous bosses in the game left, so we'll have to see.
First of all, is Parasitic now coming up pretty soon?
Yeah. Yeah, that was basically the upgraded version of Fumi. Like I said, weird game. Not gonna say anything on that. There is a little bit of weird platforming kind of stuff around here, which is kind of cool. Although I guess it's not really platforming, it's just hitting some switches. But it kind of switches it up compared to how you normally play. Hold on. Yeah, I do need this one. Oh, I'm not saying this is the worst dungeon by any means. I'm just saying this is definitely a very weird dungeon, and probably the weirdest in the entire Lufia series.
Yeah, so basically what he's doing, he's hitting these tentacle thingies, gummy trees, whatever that should be, and he's basically turning the whole dungeon around, and that way he has to go from door to door until he finally gets to the right exit that he's
Yeah, so
looking for.
this is the parasitic cell. Definitely not a fun boss. This guy can deal a lot of damage. This is also where I'm going to be using Mirror again, just to give myself a bit of a protection here. Luckily, he doesn't have a whole lot of health. He's got 1250 health. But it is still a fight. Yeah, it's just not a fun fight. The poison here can be pretty devastating at times.
As poison always is. Poison can be so devastating.
Okay, so there is me getting poisoned. Typically enough. So that's 2. So instead of healing off the poison, I'm going to first get that other mirror up. That's just going to get me a little bit of protection from the actual damage that he would normally deal. I'm only going to do that for 1 turn, and it's just to get that starting damage in. Generally, I don't really need those mirrors for this fight. I could do it without, but it is a bit safer to play it this way. This is more of a marathon strat than anything else.
Yeah, a little bit of safety to not just YOLO everything here, even though it's not that bad of a fight. It can go pretty terrible, yes, but it usually is due to the fact that we have the grinding split and everything. It's a pretty safe fight.
Yeah, just because we just grind it, it becomes a lot safer. We have the levels that you're supposed to have. Granted, if you're playing this casually, you should be about the same level, but then have 4 characters instead of just the 2 of them. But in the end, it still ends up working out this way. Nice critical there. So yeah, from here on, I should be able to kill him off before he would be able to kill one of my characters. Which is why I went for that mirror strat. It does add a turn to it, but it repays itself in that it becomes very, very safe. There we go, that was the parasitic cell. So we're not completely done with this dungeon yet. There is still a little bit we need to do before we can actually move out. Starting to run out of potions. Not that we'll really be needing any potions from this point on, but I'm starting to run out.
We still have the leg cheese left and we can buy solid milk.
Oh yeah, and I've got a ton of high potions as well. Like, I'm not worried in terms of healing, it was more of a statement of I'm starting to run out. That stack of 99 potions is now slowly starting to run dry. let's get out of this place. So yeah, whatever that dungeon was, we're out. This is Rangoon Town. And, well, I mean, there isn't too much we need to do here. We're gonna make a quick heal at the inn here. There we go. Yes, if I were to go sub 9 with this run, which is very realistically possible still, then it's definitely possible to world record. We're still able to get the record from here, depending on how things work out. Because I think we're still a few minutes ahead. I don't know how much we'll exactly be ahead at this point. Probably like 3 to 4 minutes. But I have a death later on in my PB, which would save me about 10 minutes if I don't die there this run. Okay, so we're gonna do a bit of a weird fetch quest here. Oh wow, he was there? I didn't see him at all. Considering there is one, I'm just gonna kill this off rather than actually fighting it. Or rather than actually just running it. And just running away from it and trying to do this with tear gas. At this point, it's probably faster to fight. Because I would have to tear gas a second time when leaving this place. So now I just get rid of it entirely. No, it's freely on. I would have been sub 9 if not for that. 730 is still out of my reach at this point. At least it still seems to be. It might be doable with some optimizations and really, really good luck, but I'd need to not make mistakes. Sorry, that was again the cat being annoying. We keep getting that problem today. That's not how I want to lose this run by my cat. She was starting to get mixed up with the wires, and that's definitely not how I want to lose the run. I'm sorry, Baskra, we had to kill Fumi there. Or at least the powerhouse form of Fumi. So yeah, now that the behemoth is asleep, we can move out and we can go back to Aristol. Now, you might notice Aristol is a little bit different than before. Not only is it not as much in ruins as it used to be, there's actually people living here. We're gonna buy some solid milk while we're here. These things are kind of expensive, as you can see. We can buy 29, which is a fair amount. That should be enough for a while. Now, I believe this is the church, if I remember correctly. There is nothing that should kill me in this next dungeon. But, because it's a marathon, I will take the safety save. That's not a moment where I would normally save in a run, but some random encounters, if I happen to get ambushed by them for whatever reason, I guess that could be dangerous. And I don't want to get set back to before Proto-Kraken. So playing very, very safe on pretty much everywhere, but... Yeah, I know, solid milk is probably, or should probably have been called cheese, but... You know, that's kind of beside the point. So yeah, this is, like I said, this is the same dungeon as before. The only difference is the water level is lower, because it hasn't been at the bottom of the ocean for thousands of years. So because of less water, the actual path that we'll be taking is very, very different from what it was the first time we got here. So yeah, this one doesn't want me to skip it, so we'll tear gas. Yeah, so there's two items that you can buy there that are both very, very overpowered. So we'll actually be going back to Eristol there later. There is solid milk and there is meat cubes. One of the two raises your defense by 50 points as well as gets you or restores your AP, where the other one heals for 200 health. So the value of 2 high potions there. Both of them incredibly useful throughout the run. Unfortunately, they all cost around 800 each. Solid milk being 800, meat cubes being 850. So they are very, very expensive. Well, you gotta imagine, when we went through the behemoth, we actually traveled back in time. So right now, where we're at, we're actually back in the past before the entire dungeon sunk into the ocean. Okay, not gonna risk anything with those tentacles, or octopuses, or whatever those things are. Hook shot there. So we're almost through. Unlike last time, we won't actually go and have to get the key this time. Now, again, I'm gonna go towards the time portal first to set the warp point for later. And once I've gone to the time portal, I'm gonna come back here and actually fight the Kraken. Okay, so there's actually a few of those monsters here that I need to try to avoid quickly. So earlier we went through the gate up there, which led to the Proto-Kraken. This time we're going to go down here, and through this we should be able to get to the actual Kraken. Now the actual Kraken fight is very, very similar to the last one. We're going to pretty much play it the exact same way. The only difference here being that it has a lot more health, and the enemies along with. Okay, so there's actually a few of those monsters here that I need to try to avoid quickly. So earlier we went through the gate up there, which led to the Proto-Kraken. This time we're going to go down here, and through this we should be able to get to the actual Kraken. Now the actual Kraken fight is very similar to the last one. We're going to pretty much play it the exact same way. The only difference here being that it has a lot more health, and the enemies along with it are a lot more dangerous in general as well. So it's basically just the upgraded version of it. It's not particularly difficult by any means, but we still gotta be careful. Skills to Torma. Tear gas. So yeah, this is the Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
So we're first going to Fury the Sea Giants, just to get rid of those two. It saves us a couple attack animations later on, as well as some additional damage, potentially. So yeah, there you see 21 damage, like that. At least we won't get that kind of damage on us on turn 2 anymore. And it'll just be the Kraken himself. The Kraken is just under 1500 health. So yeah, that's both of the Sea Giants. Ooh, that is a painful tsunami right there. That means I actually will use a high potion with Torma there. Vitamin with Jeff. So yeah, this guy can actually deal damage, so I need to watch out in terms of what he actually throws at me. So I'm gonna now be able to throw the vitamin on Torma, and I'm gonna start attacking with Eldin here. Nice, starting off with the crit again. 300 damage. So yeah, that's about 20% of his health. A Fury without any buffs would deal about 150 or 100 to 150 damage, whereas if we get these buffs, that gets upped all the way to 200, which is why we need that vitamin early on.
Oh yeah, vitamins are so good in this game. Buffing up the damage that they're doing by quite a lot. But then
Plus,
again,
they're very cheap to get and very easy to get early on as well.
absolutely.
Okay, this could be a bit of an issue because he's now being faster than me. That won't be enough for a kill. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do a healing turn here. That's what you get with the agility differences between them. Luckily, Torma manages to outspeed though. We're actually so much faster that we got an extra turn in the long run. Okay, he luckily goes for a heal plus. That's very lucky actually. I could have tried to go for the kill there, but it seemed too risky to go for it. In a regular run, I probably would have, but in a marathon run, I'd rather not.
Yeah, you would most likely be in range to kill him.
Yeah, this should already kill him. So yeah, I could have skipped that turn, but it's just because of the safety, because of this being a marathon that I decided against it. But yeah, that was the Proto Kraken. Or the Kraken. And once we beat him, we get the Sea Stone, which is the last of the stones that we needed. So we now have all of them, 4 shards and 4 stones. And with that, we can return to the Tower of Guidance, put them all up, and you know, we're pretty much ready to go. We're ready to go to the final dungeon, or at least so you'd think. But then you might imagine, wait, but there's still 2.5 hours to go. This can't be done yet, right? Well, no. We're gonna... Once we leave the time, or once we get back to the present, we hear about Gruberik, or every citizen of Gruberik having been shipped off to the Gratz Kingdom. I believe we can still... There we go. I believe we can still use the inn here, because there is for some reason still people. But a lot of people were shipped off to the Gratz Kingdom, to Gratz itself. So I'm gonna just heal up here. I could have done this in Graz as well, actually. It's not a huge deal. And then another safety save. And with that, we're gonna head back into Graz. And Graz has become quite the castle in recent days. We're gonna do some prison break here. We're gonna try to get everybody from the Graz kingdom out of the prison.
It's a prison break music here.
Yeah, so as we enter the castle, we do notice a lot of soldiers lying on the ground. We're not the only ones that thought, okay, Graz, you've crossed the line here. This cannot continue. And it just so happens that the Parcelite army, you may remember them from that being the castle or town where Maxim and Selen lived. They have decided to also start invading Graz and starting their offense on them. Now, unfortunately, monsters have become significantly more powerful since the last time we were here. And that's not a small difference too. There is a huge difference between how strong they used to be and how strong they are now. I'm actually gonna have to work on avoiding enemies as best I can at this point. It's part of why that safety save going into this dungeon was so important. So yeah, now we're actually just going down here, and that gets us to the prison cells. So we do actually have to fight some soldiers in order to get in. There's just these three, and we can skip 2 of the 3 fights by just using the tear gases we have before. He's gonna try a slash on me, but it's not gonna do much. Now I am going to heal off that slash, because there is a similar boss to the commander fights earlier coming up very soon. But first we're gonna have to trigger a cutscene down here. I can do that in the same menu I use the tear gas, actually. It's only very minor, but it does make this just that tad more safe again. Not that these bosses are actually dangerous anymore, but you know, better be safe than sorry here. So yeah, this rich kid, we might remember him as being that really annoying kid. The father actually offers to pay us if we can get them out. They will actually pay me if I get them out and I talk to him, but he's kind of greedy and he would only give me 100 gold. And Torma is like, you know what, we'll get you out, but we'll get everyone else out first. But the cutscene it's all about is this one. So Marin has also been captured. You remember that girl maybe from the dance we talked about earlier? She is madly in love with Decker, and Decker is actually in love with her as well. Unlike what Lufia 2 DS, or what Lufia DS said, Decker didn't end up marrying Tia, and there is way more going on here. So yeah, the door unfortunately is way too tough for him to get through. Unlike in Lufia 2, where he could just do it. I guess he's kind of grown old, hasn't he?
Well, it wasn't even a door, it was a whole iron pole, if I remember correct.
True, but these had those bars as well, so that shouldn't make too big a difference. I mean, it is a prison cell after all.
True.
So yeah, gonna use the same vitamins again, just to make sure that I'm gonna get that bit of extra attack, so I can get this fight, or get these fights done a bit more easily. So yeah, these commander fights, they are technically still the bosses of this dungeon. But they're actually not the most dangerous fight that I'm gonna have to do. There's one fight coming up very soon that I consider one of the most dangerous fights in the Graz Kingdom. Over both the first and the second trip through. Nice crit there, dude. He just crit me for 32. Still, we should be good no matter. I think that should kill. Yeah, that's one down. So yeah, the second one will just go down in 2 hits. Gets rid of it very quickly, very easily. Ooh, with the crit that might actually... Or the crit speeds things up even more. Now it's not 2 turns, now it's 1.5 turn. Because he's got 700 health, so the next hit will kill. Or... No, I'm gonna save up on MP and just use regular attacks. That will still kill him. It gets me about... It loses me like half a second, but I save up on some AP. And the AP gets pretty tight near the end of this cave, which is why that's advantageous to me. So yeah, this soldier has the key to these cells, so we'll have to follow them to get that. So yeah, this guy, because it's the same step we enter the room, we don't actually trigger the fight with him. For some reason, that doesn't trigger the actual fight. But I guess that's only in our advantage there.
All the skips, all the skips.
Yep. Skipping every encounter becomes important right now. Not only because encounters start dealing significantly more damage than they did before. You know, that overpowered defense has pretty much worked out on us, and we're just gonna have to beat through it. But on top of that, you know, it just wastes a whole lot of time if you get into more fights than you absolutely have to. There are a couple mandatory fights, not to say there aren't, but we're gonna try to skip as many of those as possible. So these guys are fun. Luckily we have tear gas, so I'm not gonna have to worry about them. So we get to see the guy again. He tells this soldier to, you know, intruders are on their way, make sure to, you know... He's the one supposedly there to make sure we don't pass him. But we have tear gas, so I'm not gonna bother. Even though he knew we were coming, even though he can probably hear us coming his way, like, not even trying to stop me. That's how powerful we are at this point. So we're going to start off with cutting this. Now I believe it's slightly faster. Yeah, that works. So with it still being cut... Okay, I'm going to have to count my steps. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Okay, yeah, we have enough. Cool. To be honest, this is definitely one of the harder Lufia games to get into. It starts off really slow, but once it actually kicks off, it's a fantastic game to play. It really is. Granted, the start is kind of hard to get through, in my opinion. So yeah, the killer armor would give me additional defense, but it would also mean that I would be taking damage every turn. and that is definitely not something we want to have. So it's very important for me to never equip that. It's also cursed, so you can't unequip it once you've equipped it. It's a really annoying item. I remember in one of my first runs, I was like, okay, this gets a lot of extra, or this gets me like 5 extra defense. Let's just put it on. And then I found out it was cursed. Boy, that did not go well from there. Like I said, it was one of my first runs, so you might be able to imagine that, you know, I just started getting into the game. I didn't know where half of these things were. So yeah, here we see some Parcelite soldiers fighting the Gratz soldiers. Parcelite is definitely taking over, and they're definitely doing a really, really good job of getting rid of the Gratz army as well. They've kind of stayed their hand for the bigger part of this war, but, you know, it's too far is too far. Okay, just in time. Okay, so you see that golem down there? That is actually the most dangerous fight in this dungeon, that golem. That might look a bit strange, but you'll see in a second why I'm saying that. And you guys may remember, if you were here at the start, this is Tappa, that weird soldier I said was gonna appear one more time throughout the entire game. Well, this is that time! We're a good 6.5 to 7 hours in right now, and we're finally going to meet this guy. He's become quite the capable soldier, clearly. Also, he just throws him off after defeating him. I mean, we're just gonna say hi and then move on. There's nothing to that conversation at all. But, like I said, he would turn up again. And so he did. So yeah, I'm about to head into that Gorham fight, and keep in mind, if you don't have tear gas, it's guaranteed to ambush you, or you have to take a very big detour. Now, luckily, I do have tear gas, so I can use that at the very least. Okay, so there's 3 of these gold golems, and yes, gold golems are as dangerous as they sound. Let's go. This is a fight I'm never looking forward to whenever I run this. It takes 2 Furies to get rid of one of those things. And these guys, they hit hard. This is Tremor. This is their most powerful move. So yeah, you can see if you get ambushed by them, that's just like 60 damage. Or that would be 90 damage before you even get to do anything. So you might be able to imagine why I consider these things the most dangerous thing here. Like, it's a given that if you get ambushed at this level, you can die. They don't always tremor, so it doesn't have to be, but you can. They also have this, for example, Leech, which is significantly less scary. So yeah, all of the double Furies, just to make sure I get the kill here. Because I don't want to have to be in this fight any longer than I absolutely have to.
So, but the question is, why do we have to kill the gold golem? Is there something that we have to pass by?
Yes, we need to pass here. We need to go to the left to go further into the castle in order to get the key. You cannot skip that fight. It's a one-tile passage you have to go through.
So you could not go around him and then go
Nope.
left?
There isn't any way that you could. It's one tile and it's one way. So yeah, this is one that I tend to always forget about. That Fumi thing there. There's 2 soldiers here. these dragons, luckily these dragons are completely skippable. These dragons are even more dangerous than those gold golems, but they are skippable and that makes them less dangerous. Back before we used tear gas, I had to go through quite a bit of trouble to manipulate the upcoming dragon. Again, apologies for the sound issue. It's not been acting up a lot, but every now and then it tends to act up for a bit. So yeah, this is that dragon that I meant. What I used to do is I used to move all the way down back to the stairs, and since you had a lot of room there, you could manipulate around him from there. But you might be able to imagine that's a lot of trouble to go through just to get to that thing. Now luckily this guy, we can just tear gas him, get rid of him that way. That gets me 10 steps without him moving, so he won't actually be able to catch up. I'm using a dazzle for this. So yeah, we're not gonna take the ambush on this thing. We're just gonna tear gas. I hope you're... well, it might not be too apparent, but I can see the sound, or I can hear the sound being off a couple times. If you don't know the sound, you probably might not even hear it, but... for somebody that listens to the sound pretty frequently, it's definitely quite apparent. Yeah, I don't... like, this was, like, a somewhat reasonable capture card I could still afford. One day I'll upgrade it when I actually have the money to do so. Up until that point, we're just gonna have to deal with it. So rather than going to the right, which we did before, we're now going to go to the left here. And that gets us to the quarters of the soldiers. Yeah. That sound slowdown is the issue that I've been getting today. I haven't had it a lot, to be honest, but... then again, like, it works, and we can get through it this way. So yeah, the soldier with the key, he moved all the way up there, but he left all the doors in between open. Now these soldiers, they don't care for me standing around here. Just making sure that I'm fully healed, and then we'll go into the next fight. So this is the last boss fight of this place, so to speak. There is still a little bit of moving around that I'll need to do, but in terms of bosses, this is the last fight in the Gratz Kingdom. I'll see if I may eventually upgrade my capture card, but like I said, for the time being, it gets me through the... and since money is kind of tight, I'm just gonna stick with what I have for the time being. Eventually, maybe, but... like I said, it other than the sound issue every now and then, it works pretty well. But I do apologize for the inconvenience with it. Okay, so I probably won't have enough Furies with Torma to save me a turn. This is why I wanted to save up on a Fury earlier. This is where that becomes really, really important. I feared as much. So yeah, we'll just have Eldin use Fury and Torma use regular attacks. I think that costs me 1 turn, so it's not that bad honestly, but it does lose me a little bit of time. This is the part of the move of the Restraint Chain that we haven't really seen yet. The Restraint Chain in this game actually has a secondary ability. Other than just being, okay, with the crit we didn't lose a turn. Nice. So, other than just being able to deal a significant amount of damage, on top of that, it has the ability to paralyze on hit. It's very rare, it usually misses, and it's not too useful, but it is a secondary effect of the Restraint Chain. So we got the key, and with the key we're just going to move back to the prison. Now, since it's faster to move back just by going back to the entrance, we're just going to do it like this.
Time-wise, we're still looking at a decent time. We're now 6 hours 44 minutes in. So
What was my prison break split?
prison break was 6 hours 50.
Okay. So I'll be about 4 minutes ahead, I'd say. 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, that comes pretty close to it.
So yeah, we've lost a little bit of time compared to world record, but we should still be ahead. And the big time save on world record is actually coming up very, very soon. That's one of the upcoming splits, or one of the upcoming areas, I suppose. So yeah, we need to actually save everyone here. So we're just gonna go through the prison cells, use the key on all of them. So yeah, now that Marin is free, Decker is gonna take off. He's gonna leave our party here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna take his he's gonna take his revenge on the Graz Kingdom. He's gonna teach the Graz Kingdom a lesson. And he's gonna
Well,
join the fight
Sunbath.
with the Parcelite army.
I thought it was sunbathing. Maybe
Sorry?
he's sunbathing.
Maybe he's sunbathing while the rest of the army is fighting.
Yeah, he might be. Okay, so that was the prison break completely done.
6:45, 45.
Yeah, so about 4 minutes 4 minutes ahead roughly. I didn't get a default heal. Didn't think I did. So yeah, this next area. This is where bosses start becoming very, very dangerous for a while. Several of the next couple bosses are incredibly scary. feather armor. Wait. So I'm gonna trade in a couple of defense points just so that I can get that feather armor. Yeah, I can sell that. I think that's still not enough. Let's see. Just short. That's kind of annoying, actually.
Can't you sell like a
There we
leg
go.
cheese or something?
Yeah, I sold 3 lac cheese, that does it, but I needed to think about that for a while. So I'm getting that stuff because that's 20 additional agility points, which just helps significantly later on. Also, I think there is an... whatever, I shouldn't be doing that here. No, we can go to Lufia. So I'm gonna also get the bolt shield here. I'm gonna equip that immediately to Eldin. I think I'll just use some lac cheeses here to get my AP back up. I don't really need the lac cheese anymore later on.
No, you have the solid milk for later.
Yeah, as well as the meat cubes, so... So yeah, this is actually a pretty intense dungeon because there's a lot of points where it's very easy to make mistakes. Because on a lot of points you wouldn't really need to tear gas as long as you make sure to not make, or as long as you move well. So we're going to try to avoid using tear gas as much as possible while still actually trying to go fast. So Lufia Tower is a pretty interesting tower, actually. We have all the shards and all that, but we're still gonna have to climb this tower. Basically what we need is there's 3 flames that we need in order to unlock the boss at the end, and the legend that comes with it. So this is the first of the 3 flames. There's a blue flame, a white flame, and a gold flame. And we're gonna try collecting all of them. So down here we'll get the second of the flames. Now there are teleporting enemies here again, so I'm gonna have to watch my step.
And as you most likely realize, teleporting enemies in Lufia 4 are quite a lot tougher because they instantly teleport, and instead of like in Lufia 2 flashing once and twice before actually landing on the spot.
Yeah, luckily it's pretty rare for a teleporting enemy to actually spawn in this area. Not to say the least because for 20 of the steps that were there it can't move because of the tear gas. But on top of that, it teleports around through the entire floor, not just that one area. Okay, now for a segment I really need to focus for. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, left, 1 up, 2, 2 down, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Nice. I think I fell down there once in my PB, so not having... I took it really slow there. Admittedly slower than I probably should, but by not falling down I still end up saving time.
Yeah, basically it was kind of the same as in the prison earlier. But he just have no one that goes the way for him. He basically have to go on
Well,
front of it
no,
all and say.
you stall... You can see the way. If you step on the first button, then the entire path appears. The problem is, there is so many turns in that path, it's incredibly difficult to remember. You do get some hints from the game here and there, but it still makes it pretty difficult. Okay, so I'm gonna tear gas here, and that's just to get rid of that goblin. There is a rock here I tend to bump into, which would get me that fight. So yeah, okay, we passed it, no problem.
I'm more or less meant for a speedrun that you have to remember it. Because stepping on that is slow.
It takes like 20 seconds for the entire path to appear. So I have the path written down in my notes, but I still had to go for it pretty slowly in order to get there. It was faster than in the world record run, so at least that's something.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna have to...
We're on a really good pace.
Yeah, so once we get up here, Eldon is completely amazed by the view, Bao is completely terrified by it. We're gonna have to move our way up, but you can't just go to the exit up there, because there would be some statues blocking my path there. Instead, there's a bunch of statues that I can talk to, and it'll tell me which other statue I need to go through. And once I've been to all of them, I can get up there. So yeah, that's the first one we're gonna have to go through. Seek the one across. This involves a little bit of backtracking and whatnot. It's really annoying, but there's not much we can do about it. Through tear gas we can get through there pretty quickly, but it still involves quite a bit of walking around.
Yeah, the problem is you basically have to talk to all of them, and it's really hard sometimes to figure out what entrance you are at the moment. So
Yeah.
here it's basically all memories recall, like all the screens and entrance look exactly the same. So you really have to remember where you are.
Yeah, there is a small difference in what enemies there are, but from there it's not easy to tell which part you're on. So a lot of it is memory and just general knowledge of how this tower works. I think on my first run I walked around for like 15 minutes before I got what they intended with this. I think this is also the dungeon I quit my very first run, the semi-blind run with. I think I quit it here, about 16 hours in.
Yeah, it
Yes.
comes pretty close. I think it was also even up here.
Okay, so I talked to the statue twice, but that's not a huge deal. This is the last one I needed to talk to, so we're as good as done here. I can now move to the final one. Okay, so this next boss fight, this is actually a fight that went really well in my PB. This is one of the more dangerous fights. This guy can heal himself for about 400, whereas I only deal like 200 damage a turn. And on top of that, he can confuse me, which is dangerous in general. First off, we're going to put down the flames here. We're going to start with the white one. White flame. This is the white one, right? Yeah. No, we'll leave it. Also, I should check my health again. Gonna use those extra lac cheese just so that I can get those
Estimate
mirrors
for
off.
this game is like around 2 more hours.
Where's the blue flame? Blue flame. Okay, let's go. One of the most dangerous fights of the game. This guy's got 1800 health, by the way, which makes it even more difficult. Here we go. Oh wow, I've actually never seen him have another encounter there. Oh no, I actually have once. That kind of caught me off guard there. No, Freely Yuan. This is the most recent route that I used in my current PB as well. My PB is a 909, not sub 8. And I can definitely not sub 8 with this at this point, even if I get a deathless run.
Nine hours is basically a safe estimate, which is still in good reach even with a death. So...
Okay, my screen got kind of screwed up there for some reason. Okay, there it is. Okay, so we have the double mirror up, but the problem is there is still that Mind Blast that can confuse me like that. That is really not what I wanted to see. That was my free turn, but it's still really annoying to have that. Mind Blast in general is really, really bad for me. Okay, double miss there, cool. Vitamin... and mirror. So yeah, you can see the boss doesn't actually deal any damage to me as long as I keep my mirrors up. The problem is actually damaging this boss is very difficult if he uses Meditate a lot. Okay, so I'm buffing up as much as I can before I actually go for an attack just because of that Meditate. So up to the point that I actually get to start attacking, Meditate is kind of the move I want to see. World record is 90909.
999.
And I think, if I'm to believe Saito, I'm a few minutes ahead as we speak.
Trust me, yes.
Oh yeah, I trust you completely on that. Okay, so Slash is a fine move. I don't mind seeing Slash. I'm gonna use one more Vitamin with both of them this turn. So Eldin gets a free turn every third turn, because I won't have to use a mirror that turn. So we're just using that to buff up Torma even more. And then it's time to start the Furying. Let's go. Mirror on himself. Okay, let's go. Nice crit. So that's 360. That's about what he would heal with one Meditate, and I crit him. So let's see if we can stay alive. Well, we're back to square one, basically.
That's basically what makes this fight really, really annoying, this Meditate right there.
Yeah, that and the confusion.
And if you really get really bad luck, he will basically confuse Eldin and then heal another one, and you basically did nothing. You basically start the fight from scratch again.
Okay, so we're gonna go to 460 damage right now, and I get the off turn on Eldin right now. I should have enough for 2 more mirrors, so I think I'm just gonna go for a Fury here. Get some extra chip damage in. It's only minor damage, but it still helps. 590. Uh, 820. Oh god, there is another Mind Blast. Please miss. Cool. 1050? No, 1060 even. Slash, nice. $1280. Okay, I can still... Yeah, we're gonna use Fury. No, 1410. Okay, he should die this turn. There we go. Cool. We didn't die on Dark Guardian. That was a pretty decent fight, honestly. Didn't get trolled a lot.
You saved quite a big amount of time there.
Oh, nice. How are we doing on world record right now?
On world record, you're around 6 minutes ahead now.
Nice. And so, to give the comparison here, 6 minutes ahead going into the next area, that's what we need. This next area, I died in my PB to this next boss. So going in 6 minutes ahead here means if I don't die, we might just end up being 15 minutes ahead on world record after this split.
But the next boss is...
the next boss is absolutely brutal. It is the worst boss in the entire game. And that is not an understatement. If you thought we've had some pretty bad bosses so far, because I've been complaining about quite a few of the bosses, this next boss is the worst in the game. They only have 900 health, which isn't a lot at this point, because that's like half of what the previous boss had. But there's 2 of them, and they have a move that has a chance to put me to sleep, confuse me, and paralyze me on the same turn. They have defense dropping moves. They've got, although the defense dropping is generally not too bad because of mirror, there is just so much nasty stuff that can happen.
But being ahead in a speedrun is always a huge thing.
Yeah, and 6 minutes is a very significant amount of time. But like I said, this is definitely that kind of run where it's not over until you've beaten the final boss. The final boss can still kill me, so even then, even if I enter the final boss fight, it would still potentially be devastating there.
And dying on the final boss loses you, like, depending on how far you're in, half an hour.
Yeah, the final boss can completely wreck you.
Because you have to basically do everything until the final boss is once more.
Yeah, that's like 2 full dungeons, so... That being said though, also this is another really annoying teleporting enemy. Luckily the room is big, so it doesn't hit me a lot, but it can. But yeah, basically, even the final boss, though I've never actually died on the final boss, I've gotten close before. Now with the current strats, it's significantly more safe than it used to be, but that doesn't have to mean anything. So yeah, you might notice that the dungeon looks completely different from the first time we entered. And that's because a lot of the dungeon actually is completely different. There's a lot of changes when you get back here, because we actually have the hoop, so that allows for a completely different path. Saito, you were saying...
Yes,
Sorry.
as for a speedrunner, being ahead of your own PB is always great. Well, if you're like me, and you know you can save like even if it's like 2 seconds, you still say something like, "Oh man, that is so bad," even though you know that it is a decent or a good time for that. Like even getting a world record. Some people still say, "Man, that is not the perfect time, and I want the perfect time." But well, they also know that what they just got is a really, really good run, and saving like 5 more seconds in a run that is like for example this Lufia 4 run right here, saving 5 more seconds overall for getting the perfect run. That is not a big thing in like 9 hours of run. So
yeah, it very much depends on what kind of run it is. If it's a 9-hour run like this, 5 seconds don't become as relevant. If let's say it was a half an hour run, a couple seconds starts becoming much more relevant. Oh, right, there's this guy over here. We have smoke balls, so we don't really have to deal with this guy, but still annoying that I actually hit him. So yeah, what I picked up there is the revival armor, which is a pretty big upgrade compared to the armor that I had. And I picked up a miracle, and the miracles you may remember from the other Lufia games. We've seen them a few times already. They instantly heal the character, as well as reviving them from death, and on top of that, completely reviving their AP. Now, throughout the run, there's only 4 we can realistically get. So it's pretty close as to how many we can actually end up getting. There's the revival armor. But it is still a pretty big deal, because especially on this next boss, just as one of the examples, miracles can save your life, especially on the final boss. I have not yet had a run where I didn't need to use any miracles on the final boss because I had, like, nobody died. My current world record run got pretty close. I only needed 1 there. All of my other runs I've needed at least 2. But that's very much up to RNG there. Oh yeah, Rami's ghost is incredibly determined. She is right up there with all the others, even though she's been dead for, I'd say, about 5 hours now. Probably a bit more even. So this room has become significantly more important. You may remember this room as the one where I had to do this block puzzle before. Only difference is, okay, I think I'm just gonna Fury these things, honestly. Only difference is this enemy has become a teleporting enemy, which makes him significantly more annoying. But yeah, you guys will probably see why I hate this upcoming boss as much as I do. This boss, like I said, if this boss, like, let's say I get a perfect boss fight, it's not gonna happen, but let's say it would, then I could be up to close to 20 minutes ahead, I think.
And on a decent boss fight, you're basically 15 minutes ahead if you don't die.
Yeah, it really all comes down to not dying at this point, because in the world record run I had my death here. So this is where the biggest potential time save is of any split in the game. And we're almost there too, so let's go. Okay, gotta make sure not to hit that encounter. That encounter will never move. But if you were to hit it, it can be really, really dangerous. There's a lot of dangerous stuff, basically, at this point. Right, I need to put in the stones here. So gold with... where is the other one? The moonstone. White cloud. I think it was like that. Green wind. And the blue sea. Hope I did that correctly. I did. Nice. When the door is opened, that which is sealed, the white lands and blue oceans shall be freed, or blue something shall be freed once again. I couldn't read it all that quickly. So we're basically unlocking the seal here to travel through the other realm. Okay, let's go. This is the hardest fight in the game. In my opinion. It's not the longest, it's definitely not the most, or the weirdest, but this is the fight where a lot of it comes down to. If we can get through this boss, we're in good shape. So yeah, Crrool, he passes through the gate, and he leaves his monster cronies behind for us to fight. This is it, boys, let's go. Oh god, I am not looking forward to this. Vitamin once. Okay, so Slash is fine. Slash is a move I like to see. Subsuts, not a big deal. Defense dropping, but generally fine. The mirrors will be up soon enough, and from that point on I won't have to worry about taking damage anymore. Once the first one goes down, this fight does become significantly more easy. Just putting it out there. Okay, so another slash. Again, not a big deal. Another Sebsut. Still fine here. Okay, so there's the first 200 damage. These guys have 900 each. Okay, somebody is calling me. This is a really, really bad time to do, so I'm just gonna let it ring. So apologies about the ringing phone in the back. They'll just have to wait.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling, ding-a-ling-a-ling.
They'll eventually stop. Like I said, this is not the moment where I can actually answer the phone. And they knew, whoever it is, they probably knew that I was going to be doing this today, so whomever it is, they'll just have to wait. I need full focus for this last bit of the game. I cannot play and call at the same time. Okay, nice critical there. Okay, the left one should be very close to dying right now. That doesn't mean a thing, but hopefully we'll be okay here. Second mirror. Slash. Slash is still fine. That's definitely a move I really like to see. Well, it's definitely not my boss, as it's a Sunday and I work at a school, so the school is closed. Okay, so that's one down. This is actually going well right now. We're not done. I want to emphasize we're not done. This fight is not done until the very last blow on this thing. But we are doing well, and that's good. Yeah, these misses are guaranteed. As long as my mirror is up, they will be guaranteed to miss me there. Okay, 600 damage to deal. So yeah, that lac cheese was just for the safety of it. Yeah, that Crrool on the phone telling me to go home. Okay. About 400 damage left. Okay, I need 2 more slashes from you. Okay, 1 more slash and we win. 1 more slash and this will have been a perfect monster crony with these strats. Yeah, if he uses slash or Sebsats next turn, I win. Guaranteed. Fury. Nice, we win. We are very significantly ahead right now. I'll have Saito tell me the actual time here, but this was a really, really good fight here. There we go. That was really, really good. That is the best Monster Crony I've ever had. Very clean there, very good. Very happy with how that fight turned out. Saito, if you're around, can you let me know how we're doing on time? Chat, this is not yet world record. I have to emphasize that we're not done yet. I have to mention that. But, we have beaten the hardest boss in the game. We're on a good level. Level 25 is a really good level for this part of the game. We still have to do, I believe, 4 more bosses, roughly. There's still the Beast Half. There is Serpentine Dragon, Goldiarg, and Crrool. Those 4 fights we still need to do. Skills. Now, luckily, at least one of those fights, the next one, the Serpentine Dragon, that fight is as good as free. That is not a difficult fight at all. Yeah, I don't know what my PB's time for that is, so just by the time I can't really judge if I'm ahead or not. Because I don't have my splits up for this. Well, I know that I'm ahead, but I don't know exactly by how much. I should be about 15 minutes ahead right now. If not more. Probably a bit more. No, this is definitely... We're not... Well, this next boss is really, really easy. But like I said, I have to emphasize that we're not done. The advantage we get on the next boss is that we have the Bolt Shield with Eldin, which means that Eldin will only be taking like 5 damage a turn. Because of that, this next fight or this next boss becomes as easy and as free as I was saying it will be. Once we have a mirror up on Torma, we barely take any damage at all. Also, I think in a little bit I'm gonna start using my speed boosts and whatnot. They will start coming in handy at this point. Yeah, Risky would get better times, but unfortunately Risky strats are very, like, they don't often work. There is a lot of safeties that I take, but you kind of have to take those safeties in this run. This is definitely not one of those really safe games that you can run. There's a lot of times where you just have to take risks. Okay, so this is, by the way, the only commander fight we need to go through here. Thank you, thank you. We'll do our best, or I'll do my best, and we'll see how far we will get. The two other heroes are dead because experience gets shared in this game. So if they were alive, they would suck up a lot of experience, and they're not particularly useful characters. Oh, from this point on, the difference between marathon strats and safety strats is virtually non-existent. There are very few things I can do at this point still to make things safer. At this point, we're just basically going to have to go in and hope for the best. That's how the last bit of the run works. Just not a lot you can do. Now, luckily, Mount Rui itself is not particularly difficult. This is the same dungeon we were in about an hour and a half into the run, where we had to find that Elpasar guy, the bird. The path is the exact same. A lot of it has stayed the exact same, including those annoying little traps there. Yeah, you shouldn't look at Dark Guardian though. You need to look at Monster Crony. Monster Crony is the boss I died on and that I just killed. Oh right. So this one is a bit annoying. He runs at you really quickly. We can pretty easily get rid of the fight because we are faster. Skills, tear gas. Yeah, I was 6 minutes ahead at Dark Guardian, and I didn't die this time on Monster Crony, so just by that I should be roughly 15 minutes ahead, although it's hard to say, because I actually got a really good second fight as well, or a really bad second fight in my PB as well, and a really good first fight here, so it might even be more than that. "27 minutes? Oh wow, that is a lot more than I thought, actually. Was not expecting to be half an hour ahead of or almost half an hour ahead of world record right now. That would be pretty insane, I gotta admit. Like I said, the death was... I know that that death is very costly, but 27 minutes ahead of world record is quite something. Definitely doesn't mean that it's over. Have to emphasize that, but looking good. Yeah, this might even go sub 8:45 then. I hope I'm not stuck into this enemy. I figured I would be. Dang. Can I ambush this now? No, I can't. Fury. That's a bit annoying. Definitely not Magus. There is several really difficult fights still coming up. If you want to keep up with the splits, that's fine. These next few splits I don't really care about. The most important one that I'm going to care about now is just the final time. These next two bosses, neither of them is particularly dangerous. The random encounters are often more dangerous than the enemies themselves. So, like this next boss in particular, the Serpentine Dragon, is pretty free. Like I may lose a minute or so, I may save a minute or so, but the differences shouldn't be too big. And then the Beast Half is, well, we'll see about Beast Half. My Beast Half fight was actually not too great in my PB. Oh, nice crit there. We might world record. But we still have an hour and a half to go, and there's still a lot that can happen in that hour and a half. I should be ambushing this thing. Smoke ball. Okay, so this dragon becomes skippable through tear gas again. For maximum chinks. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, so this is the Serpentine Dragon. Like I said, not a particularly difficult fight generally. Let's see how it goes. So basically what this fight comes down to is I'm going to mirror Torma. I don't need to do that on Eldin, actually. I can just do it on Torma. Eldin has lightning resistance, and the Serpentine Dragon happens to deal lightning damage. Because of that, I take virtually no damage whatsoever. Here, this is his first Dragon Breath, so you'll get to see, like, I take 5 damage. That's absolutely nothing. And Torma will be completely protected through the mirror. I just need to make sure to mirror every third turn. So yeah, there's 5 more. Not really much to it anymore. So I get 1 attack off with both, and then another mirror. Fury. Fury. So yeah, 232. This guy's got 1600 health. And we're gonna chip that off really, really quickly. This boss, by the way, is the very reason we cannot skip the Bolt Shield in Lugua Tower. It may seem like a very useless item, but you can see the power it has on this particular boss. So now we just get 2 free turns. Oh, I mirrored on Elden. That's actually not a huge deal. That just means I'll be taking less damage, and it generally doesn't even save a turn. At least I can keep the damage up with Torma. That's what you get for having to continually switch moves here. You tend to sometimes overmash a bit. Still gonna get a turn to actually deal damage here. So here's another Dragon Breath. That's gonna miss both of my characters, and then we'll do another Fury. Nice critical there. I think I can pretty safely double Fury. I think we're close enough to killing him that I can do that. Because Torma isn't gonna actually take damage yet. He's gonna start taking damage next turn, but he has more than enough health to tank it. There we go, Serpentine Dragon down. 3 bosses left in the game. So yeah, I'm gonna start tear gassing here just to make sure I don't get hit by anything. And another one for ultimate safety. I'd rather take the 7-second time loss. Nice, nice. 29 minutes. That means I've saved 2 minutes on that split. That's actually kind of surprising. Didn't expect I had 2 minutes of time save there. But yeah, that was another very clean fight. One very, very small mess up, but practically negligible. There we go. 28:30 something. That's still like, that's definitely the time save that I'm looking for. So I'm gonna go back to Gruberik, and that's just to heal up and save again. The Beast half is actually coming up very, very shortly already. This is not a boss you generally die on, but it's the quickest one to die on if it were to happen. It's very unlikely though. Okay. Like I said, full-on safety saving here. I think we go to the Beast half first. I'm actually, as soon as I enter the next town, I'm going to use my speed sources. So we're going to use some RNG manipulation here. That means I will probably lose some time over PB here, but it's time I save back later. So I'm going to have to make a safety save here. This is, like I said, this is RNG manipulation. We should get a 4 or 5 speed up on Elden. Skills, Torma, Tear Gas. Speed Source. So yeah, there you see the 5. And then I'm going to use another Tear Gas here. Hi, there's Saito. I'm hearing some German ram. That might mess it up. I'm not sure. I don't think it does, actually. Okay, we got the 4. Nice. So that's 9 additional agility there.
Yeah, sorry. We got some surprise visitors.
Ah, no worries, no worries. We're in here. We're in there. We're 28 minutes ahead,
Yep.
according to Jasper. Okay, so this is where the beast half comes in. Now, this is not by any means an easy fight. It's generally not that bad a fight. It has the same meditate move, but it can't troll as much. So you basically lose out on time here rather than anything else. So the beast got sealed away. We saw that earlier. But there is two... It actually got sealed away in two separate parts. This is the beast half. It got sealed away with the sister of this priestess, Emrys. And Emrys has been sealed away in the ice, along with the beast half. So it's time to break that seal, and we're gonna have to fight the beast half here, get rid of that as soon as possible. So she's gonna unleash her power. We're finally gonna see how strong she actually is. Okay, so she gets sealed out, and we immediately get to enter a fight with the beast half here. Watch out, Jeff! Let's go. So this guy, he's got 1700 health. Let's see if we can get through this fight. So I'm gonna start off with Mirror again, and some vitamins to buff myself a bit. The mirror will make sure again that I won't be taking any damage from this guy. And like I said, even though this guy can heal, there is the meditate, there is his healing move. He can't actually significantly hurt me. So even though he can troll in that sense, I generally don't have to worry about dying here. It'll just be a matter of how well I'll survive and how long this fight will actually take. So that was the second one, so I'm going to use Fury here. So this is... Okay, so yeah, there you get to see... Okay, he can actually cast a status effect there. I've actually never seen him hit with a status move. The two guys are dead because of experience sharing. It's faster to grind with just 2 characters than it is with 4, and they're not strong enough to actually do anything. No, mirror. So 3 something. So yeah, these kind of moves we should get used to, because we'll be seeing something like Meteor Rain on the final bosses as well.
You want to reveal how much hit points the last boss has?
Not
Or
yet.
you want to keep this?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just keep an eye on how much health I've been mentioning so far. So this one, like I said, has 1700. That's the second highest we've seen so far, I believe. So just keep an eye on, or keep in mind those values. They will be important later when we're getting to the final boss.
Only Dark Guardian has more health than Beast Half. Don't forget to buy meat cubes.
I
after
won't.
this.
They're one of the most important items, I know. Okay, there's another fire breath. Now the trick will be to not get lost in the final dungeon again. I can save like 3 minutes on the final dungeon just by not getting lost. Because that place is confusing.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I did actually practice that dungeon a little bit off stream, but I hope it'll be enough. Okay, so that was the beast half done.
Nice, you're on a really good time.
How much am I ahead?
You
Just-
killed Beast Half 8:09 or 8:10, so you're 28 minutes ahead.
Yeah, so we're pretty stable then. Figured as much. That's actually really good, going into the final dungeon 28 minutes ahead. So basically all we need to do is not die. Which is definitely easier said than done, but all we really need to do is not die. So yeah, Rubius and Emrys meeting up again. The two are twin sisters, by the way, even though Emrys looks significantly younger, but that's just because she's been frozen in ice. I don't think I can escape here, but I'm gonna try. No, I didn't think so. So I hope you guys are ready for some, well, we're gonna do a little bit of shopping before we move to the final dungeon. But nonetheless, I hope you guys are ready for the final dungeon, because it's coming up pretty soon right now. Yeah, that's probably the best tip. Sorry?
Just getting to Erzul past once, and then the Tower of Guidance once more, because it's still fun, right?
Yeah. But yeah, don't die is probably the best tip for this run. I'll try.
You can do it.
But yeah, not dying is definitely a crucial aspect right now. So I'm going to use the inn here as well. That's just to make sure that, again, I'm on full health and I'm completely ready to go. We'll be buying meat cubes as well. Saito, just to make sure, the meat cubes are heal 200 and solid milk is 50 AP, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I always get those two mixed up.
And the solid milk also grants you a little bit of defense, but that is
That is actually kind of relevant. Just putting it out there. If you wouldn't use mirror, it would be the lifesaver. So if he gets a hit off without the mirror, that's what reduces damage in a way that you would actually be able to survive. So I'm saving here just so that I won't have to travel to Gruberik anymore. Or any other town. It's close by enough anyway. So that's the last safety save. With this, from here on, we're just going into the final dungeon. Oh yeah, it is. Solid milk, meat cubes, they're all weird stuff, but they are incredibly useful.
They never said that they eat them. So maybe, don't know. Maybe it's something like a cream or something.
I don't know. So yeah, we'll have to move through the entire Tower of Guidance for the third time already today. This is hopefully the last time that we're gonna have to go through it, assuming we don't die, which we're trying to go for here. We should be fine. Now, on the upside, just to add a bit to this run, we do still have our miracle as well as almost all of our revives. I've actually died surprisingly little throughout this run, which means we have some additional safety items for the final boss, and those are safety items that I did not have in PB. My PB lost out on several miracles on the Monster Crony fight. And I don't think I had any revives left either. Okay, this is how this game control you, and I just got surprised by it too. That's a waste. Oh, come on. 182 damage? Oh, come on. This is not the way I intended this to go. Smoke ball. So I got ambushed. Completely impossible for me to dodge that ambush. I have revives. We will be fine. But it is a really dumb way to lose out on a small safety item there. It's only one of the minor safety items. But
Revives
that's...
in this game.
Oh, no, you're not... What a game, honestly. What a game. Reaper hit, by the way, is a very rare move to actually hit, but it's an instant death move. Which is why it did that much damage. Can you... Okay, I'm gonna smoke ball again, because it's statistically not worth it for me to keep fighting that, or to actually fight that. He's got a huge room to teleport through, and I got really unlucky there. That is actually really unlucky, but rather get the bad luck out of the way now, so that we can actually get good luck for the final two fights. Yeah, we'll just... I was already on hook, and I didn't realize it. This is the end game, yes. This is the before last dungeon. Once we hit the top of this tower, we'll instantly move to the final dungeon itself.
Getting a little bit freaky then.
Well, like I said, this next dungeon is actually the only dungeon I took my time to practice for this marathon. Like as in specifically one dungeon practice, not just full run or segmented run practice. So let's see how well it'll go and how much I'm going to get lost there.
Yeah, the next dungeon is... To maneuver in it is really hard.
Yeah. Well, we don't completely lose out on all of our safety items. I still have a revive and a miracle, and I'm gonna pick up 3 more miracles in the final dungeon, which are all in there. So generally, even now, I should be fine in terms of healing items. I have definitely had to do this with less. Like, in my PB, I had to deal with significantly fewer healing items than I'll have now. So, I'm gonna take it as safe as I can, and we'll just see where things end up, I suppose. Yeah, there's 2 bosses in the final dungeon. Goldiark and Crrool. And they are significant. They are very, very dangerous, both of them. I can't get any more miracles than the 3 that I'm going to pick up in a bit. All the ones that are reasonably within reach I already picked up, which there is very few of, unfortunately. Okay, so again with this enemy, I'm just going to kill it off. We have Fury. We'll get through this. No, there's no additional safeties that I can pick up. It's as simple as that. Like I said, there will be 3 miracles in the final dungeon. Those are the only 3 in that dungeon, but I'm going to be picking up all 3 of them just to add to the safety. And that will get me a total of, I believe, 4 miracles, which means that I'll have 2 more than the most I've ever needed. No, I think 1 more than the most I've ever needed on the final boss. So I will have more than I've ever needed.
The final boss is not scary because of the damage he's dealing, it's more of the status effects that he's able to do.
The final boss can confuse my characters, and it's that confusion that ends up killing you usually.
Like, if you're on your turn off with Eldin, that is like something that is really easy to do and does not cost you a lot. But if you get confused while like one of the mirrors is off or something,
Yeah, then things start becoming scary. And that's the reason we're so scared about at least a good part of this run. It's just there is so much going on in this game, and so much in so many ways that the confusion can screw you over. That it's generally not the other hits that that scare us. It's that confusion again, and there's nothing that we can get to protect us from it. And the final boss, he's got quite a bit of health too, so he has some time to actually get off the confusion. I think I lost like 3 minutes on that fight just to confusion in my PB.
yeah, something about that sounds right. It was at least your boss fight, your end boss fight in your PB wasn't that good.
No, but it wasn't. It was definitely not terrible either. That boss tends to screw you over a lot. So yeah, we're now moving into the final dungeon. All the crystals are still there. We actually have to talk to these statues first. To these gates. They tell us a bit about the legend, but it's really, really difficult to actually read what it says. They speak more of the beast and whatnot, but once we've read all of them, we can actually enter the final dungeon. Here we go. So yeah, that is the final dungeon. So yeah, here's the first 2 miracles that I'm gonna pick up here. That's 1. That's 2. So now I have a total of 3 miracles and a revive on top of all the meat cubes and solid milk that I have.
While we're in outer space right here.
Okay. Riddle text, clip portal, north. Left. South. Right. This game is kind of the after years of Lufia 2. It plays 20 years after Lufia 2, and it kind of tells the story about how Gratz is attacking the rest of the world. I believe this way, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, it's a bit of a side story, honestly, but it's still a very interesting game nonetheless. Take upright stairs. Yeah, 5 plus a mobile game, technically. The mobile game just being the Ancient Cave, I believe. Which I believe also was only released in Japan, but don't quote me on that.
It at least is not in the German Android shop. Can I assure you that?
And it's 2 SNES, 1 Game Boy Color and 1 Game Boy Advance actually. Lufia 3 is for the Game Boy Color, as you'll see later on in the marathon.
And 1 game for the DS. Which is basically the remake of 2.
Yeah, that's true. Hold on. Did I... Okay, I should be good. That should be fine. Yeah, the anti-core running away, that's not unexpected. That's where you got to see how fast those anti-cores are. They even on a regular encounter, it's just as if they were to ambush me. They didn't, but still. I believe it's down here for the shield. I might be wrong on that one. I was wrong. Never mind.
The reason why we are so silent here is because it's really, really confusing to get
Yeah,
your
this
way.
you can see how this dungeon tends to be incredibly confusing. And there's not much I can do to make it more clear for myself. I tend to be able to get through it pretty well overall, but it's still very difficult to navigate here. I actually missed the shield, but that shouldn't matter. It's not significant enough to go back for it.
The shield is also not on the notes anymore.
Come again?
Yeah, the shields aren't in the notes anymore.
No, I remember that I asked you to add a couple lines to the notes. That shield is in there. But yeah, I just got the sword. The sword is the most important one. We're gonna be equipping that on Torma. So he's gonna switch from the restrained chain to that sword. Also, I think, yeah, Eldin is on pretty low health here. Should heal that up. Skills, tear gas. I'm gonna use another tear gas here because I know there's an enemy down here. But yeah, I'll get the ancient helm still, so we should be good. Also, just before the boss, I need to remember to do one last manipulation to get myself a bit of extra health and a bit of extra strength. Because I still have some sources I haven't used.
I will remember you when you pick up the helm.
Cool, thank you. Okay, this is a good moment to do that, actually. So yeah, this is the last bit of RNG manipulation, just to make sure that I get all the stat ups that I want.
Some of the dungeons in this game are, even when you know the game really well, they're really, really confusing, like this dungeon right here with all the platforms everywhere. You sometimes just made one step in your head too much and then you end up basically at the start of everything again.
Yeah. Okay, there's a 5 on Torma. In an average run, I'm about level 25, which is about what I am right now as well. In a casual playthrough, I would recommend... Okay, we're gonna skip out on that last life source. That shouldn't be worth it to get for just that. So yeah, on a casual playthrough, I'd recommend about level 30 to 35, generally.
No more power or speed potions to use?
I have one more life potion, but it's not worth it to do another soft reset over that.
Just use it then regularly.
Yeah, that's true, I definitely should. It would be a waste to throw it away. Yeah, so yeah, there you see, like, I use it regularly and it only adds 1 health. So you can see how weak those potions would be if I wouldn't manipulate for it. With the manipulation, though, I have nothing to worry about. So there's one more item that I'm going to pick up here. I got the High Magic, I got the 3rd Miracle, which means I have 4 miracles in total now. And lastly, we have the Ancient Helm.
Ancient Hammer is basically now the last item to pick up, and now he has to do the equipment.
I
and
already
then-
did.
Okay.
There isn't a lot of extra. I just equipped it, as well as the sword. I equipped it when I picked it up. I'm good. Okay, let's go. This
Right
is
now,
this is where things are gonna come in, and I'm gonna ask you something, chat. We'll only do that for the last fight, but we have a little tradition in my stream that during the final boss, when we know it's very scary, we tend to spam some Kevin turtles. And I'm gonna not for the first fight. We're not gonna do that for Crrool, but feel free to do that during the Goldie Arc fight. I think we are still along the lines of half an hour ahead of world record. This is where things are gonna come down. This is Crrool. He's got 2240 health. Mirror is going to play a massive role in this fight again. So let's see how it'll turn out. Starburst is not a great start. There, you can see the kind of damage he deals. It's completely fine because once the mirrors are up, we're just pretty much done here. One more vitamin. Second mirror. See, a miracle hit is fine. Miracle hit would deal some damage and heal him a bit at the same time. Also, yeah, we are indeed in space. Believe it or not, the other realm that I mentioned is in space.
Crazy cool in space.
So yeah, I'm gonna use that off turn to just use some meat cubes and heal up a bit. And on every third turn, Eldin will be able to get to do something, and he won't be able to damage me as long as I keep mirroring on every other turn. And Torma will be our damage dealer for this, so that's almost 300 damage there. So we need about 8 turns.
Yeah, basically for this boss fight is really easy. Eldin will mirror himself and then mirror Torma because Torma can tank a hit, but Eldin
is not able to survive a second hit of him.
Yeah.
And after both of these turns, he can either use a vitamin on himself, use meat cubes, or use Fury, depending on how the boss looks. Just for safety reasons and for going into the next boss, obviously Crrool want to be on full health and still have AP left to use Mirror in the Goliath fight in the first turns.
Yeah, so this next fight, we enter it immediately after this one, so we don't get time to heal. So I have to be sure to be on as full health as possible. No, this is on a Game Boy Advance. Okay, so we're on roughly 900 damage right now. There is that second mirror coming off again. So this is my off turn once more, and I'm going to use that to heal up Torma. I can do that with a high potion, since he only took like 80 damage or something. So that's going to put us to 1200. These next few off turns, I'm going to have to use recover AP as best I can. And there's again the phone. Apologies for that. They'll just have to call back later. That's probably the same person calling, but it only went... Okay, it only did so once. Whatever. Feeling a bit nervous about this next fight, but if this goes well, then we're pretty much done.
Don't worry, you have a lot of time to wait.
Yeah, this is through the GameCube Game Boy player. So okay, he's gonna heal himself up a bit. That's completely fine. On the next fight, we'll love to see those miracle hits a lot. It's a really, really good move for the next fight.
Well, this fight is pretty easy while he basically can't do anything after you survive the first 2 turns.
Yeah.
It's basically just rushing him down. If you would play this without Miracle, you would heal a lot more. and it's
Yeah.
a lot riskier.
Yeah, but due to us having mirror, that won't be an issue. Okay, I need you to not die yet, Goldiark. He shouldn't die yet, but he's getting pretty close. Okay, he should die on the next turn, so I'm gonna solid milk with Eldin, because I'm pretty certain he should die on the next turn, unless I gravely miscount it. That's gonna set me completely up for the next fight.
Guys, don't worry. Crrool's playing this on his toaster right now. Because it has a better CPU than his Game Boy.
Yeah, so okay, I didn't get that off, but that's not a big deal. So that was Goldiark. So remember that guy had 2240 health. Goldiark, or this was Crrool, sorry. Goldiark has 8000. So the next boss, this is the final boss. He's got almost 4 times the health of the next best boss. Oh boy, let's go.
And right now you're allowed to spam a little bit of Kevin Turtles.
Go ahead and spam those Kevin Turtles. This fight is incredibly scary. And he starts off with a Mind Blast. That's like the worst possible. And into a Confusion. This is like the worst possible start. Oh boy. We are getting a really, really bad start here.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, Miracle Hit. Should live. Okay, this is a really, really bad start right now. So we're gonna, this is what we have those 4 miracles for. So I'm gonna use a miracle. I will live a miracle hit, it's guaranteed. I have the HP to tank 2 hits.
That's also one of the reasons why Torma is Brawler and not a Thief.
Yeah. Okay, there's the second chance, let's go. Meat cubes. Okay, I get to heal before, let's go. Yeah, we can recover. That's why we have safety items for this. But it does set us off to a really bad start. Okay, heal plus, nice. That gets me a free turn.
Okay, with that we basically set up the mirrors. Right now it's just the Mind Blast. How often will you use Mind Blast, and who will confuse it, and how often will that happen?
Yeah, the fewer times we get to see Mind Blast, the better, basically. There's not a whole lot more to it than that.
The rule of the thumb here, no Mind Blast, free turn.
Yeah.
And even if we see Mind Blast, it's not the worst thing as long as it does not confuse. So right now it's basically all
got 2
luck.
up. Okay, so I'm gonna use a solid milk on Torma. These solid milks will add as a bonus that they increase my defense for this fight. Which means that I'll be taking a little bit less damage in case he does end up doing something really, really bad on me.
You also get some Kevin Frogs.
Ah, fair enough. Okay, here we start. Let's start counting damage. Mirror. Oh god, there's another Mind Blast. And again with the confusion. Oh god, this is not good.
As we said, Mind Blast, there are turns where Mind Blast Confusion is okay-ish. And there are turns where it's absolute horrible.
Yeah, so the miracle hit. I need him to not hit Eldin, or Eldin will fall again. What's the safe play here? I think Meat Cube on him. Oh god, Meteor Rain. That's gonna kill Eldin, isn't it? Yeah, that'll at least get me the Meat Cube on myself, so I'll heal off to full. This is really, really bad news. We're really not doing well so far. If that hits, I could be dead here. I might die. That's not a joke. I might actually die here. Nice crit, but that won't do it. Oh! No, not like this game. Yeah, I'm dead. God, no!
Jeff, that was the wrong time for you to
That
join
was...
the
That was
Club.
absolutely... Well, there was one thing I could have done, but it was very, very risky to do that. Oh god, that is absolutely devastating, not gonna lie. So what is the time right now, Saito?
8:12 or 8:13.
Okay, I think, yeah, record is not likely. I've pretty much died there. Oh god, that is devastating.
Did you still have the meat cubes? Did you pull them after
Yeah,
saving?
I bought them and then saved.
Okay. So basically he has to do the whole tower climbing and the whole space dungeon again.
Yep. So rip me.
He lost there like around... like a good 25, 30 minutes.
Oh, this is painful. This is so painful. That pretty much lost me my entire lead on world record. That is, I gotta admit as well, that is the first time I died on that boss. I have never actually died during a run on Goldiark before. But that is devastating. It honestly is. There wasn't anything I could have done there.
Haven't heard there's no lucky charm for Lufia confirmed.
No, it seems so.
Next time we try Kappa.
Yeah, maybe Kappa will work. That's just painful. Yep. Like I said, it's not done until the final boss. That can happen. I knew it could, but I got incredibly unlucky there. There was one different play that might have saved it, but it would have sacrificed them. I would have had to sacrifice a miracle, and this was, I think, statistically the better play, doing it this way. I just got incredibly unlucky that he happened to do that on exactly the wrong turn.
The big thing is he used the right move and he confused, and it's not so likely to happen.
Yeah, and he did that a few times very, very quickly back to back. Yeah, we just died on the final boss fight. I'm gonna need some pretty godlike luck throughout these last two dungeons if I want to have a chance to still make it. Yeah, we'll definitely try it again. We're definitely not done. We can still finish this run. It's just painful that I had to lose it in such a way. It'll be, like, honestly, world record at this point is a stretch. The last boss fight alone takes about 20 minutes. If you get good luck. With bad luck, that fight can take up to 30. So 55 minutes may seem like easy, but it unfortunately is not the case. Yeah, basically just get lucky. That's really all it comes down to at this point. Just need to get lucky.
These fights are basically what you get when you can't RNG manipulate everything, and there is nothing for you to prevent confusion. I mean, if there would be an armor that allows us to ignore confusion, we would equip that for this fight. Or
Yeah.
basically for
If
all these
anybody
fights.
happens to know about a piece of equipment that would prevent confusion, then let me know. It would
You get a
be...
shout out at every run.
Yeah, pretty much. Not that we know of, Magus. We don't know. We know of an ability that can get rid of the damage itself, the mirror move, but not of the confusion, unfortunately.
Another thing that would be good would be draining all of his AP, because he has 800 AP if I recall correctly.
Yeah, he doesn't actually have that much AP. There is a strat to drain all of his AP, and you can win the fight through that. The problem is it's incredibly slow. So it's not worth it to actually do that.
The thing is, when you try to research the armor, if it prevents confusion, you basically need the right equipment, and if you get like 3 or 4 hits off, you to know that you're not just lucky to not get confused there.
But yeah, if anybody happens to be able to find something, definitely let us know. It would save a whole bunch of stuff in this run, because there are several bosses that can kill you that way. This is definitely the most painful one to have to come back from, because it's the slowest to get there, and it's the longest fight in general.
As for reference, this split for Crrool from Beast Half to Crrool takes around 33 minutes, which is the longest split in his time.
Yeah, and since we had beaten that entire split, like, that's about the time, and plus about another 2 minutes on Goldiark himself, we lost a good 35 minutes, so unfortunately I think world record is pretty much dead. Not to guarantee that it is, there might still be a stretch to get it, but I doubt it.
Well, it kind of depends on the Crrool fight and on the Goldiak fight itself. But due to the fact
That's
that
not the one.
that
It's
we're going to
here.
play it super safe now.
Yeah, because I like this is the second, but also the last chance I will get on the Crrool fight. So there is unfortunately that issue still. Oh right, this is where I need to go for the shield. I believe. No? Okay, I'm confused a bit. But yeah, like we said, confusing dungeon. Not much you can do about that.
We even checked all the forums, the RPG forum in our native languages, in English.
Yeah, we were not able to find anything that was said to do so.
Neither German nor Dutch people didn't know anything about it. Most likely because the game also is pretty unknown. And none of us is able to hack into the game and read the code itself.
So yeah, that was the shield that I skipped earlier. It's not a huge addition in my defense. It's definitely not what made the difference in that fight.
I always think these dragon looks like a crossbow. For
They
some
do.
reason.
At least, in my opinion, they do. I always saw a crossbow in that as well.
Well, at least then it's not only crossbow dragon.
Most well-known dragon in the world.
Definitely. Yeah, the final dungeon has some pretty funny looking enemies, honestly.
You still have 18 minutes to kill Crrool, so you're still on a good pace.
I might actually still be on pace then, because 18 minutes seems reasonable.
Just take a deep breath, focus, and I will try to entertain everything.
If I run out of options, I just start singing.
The
No,
victory theme of
don't.
Crrool.
You do not want to hear that, trust me.
Aw, and I even made you a victory theme.
Well, this doesn't really feel like a victory right now. I mean, we're gonna try. This might still work, but that death might have cost me record. True, if I do get record now, I will know where I'll have an hour of time save. Well, not an hour, but a good 20 minutes at the very least. So yeah, again, we're going to pick up the Ancient Sword here. Getting some pretty unlucky spawns from these monsters right now. So, Ancient Sword once more. I'm going to again equip that on Torma so he can start dealing damage later. And then skills, Torma, Tear Gas. No, you have to do both fights. Even now, I will have to refight Crrool.
Would be way too easy to skip them then.
Yeah. Yeah, there is definitely a lot of time to save on the record. Being the only runner of this game, that makes it still a very improvable run. Like I said, we have quite a few optimizations throughout the run. Although I have to say I also saved a lot of time just on RNG. Like this game is definitely improvable, but it's also a very brutal game to get through to begin with, both because of its length and because of the amount of RNG. Not to say it's not a fun game, it's definitely it's a lot of fun to
With
go
the
through
current
this.
route, playing it as fast as possible, sub 8 is possible.
Yeah,
But you
we do
need
expect
good
sub
luck.
8 to be possible on really good execution and really good luck.
Well, being the only runner has a good sides too. You always can say you're the best. No one has officially beat you.
Yeah, this game, there's actually a couple people that have been routing with me that are interested in running or have been doing segmented runs. But as for single segment, so far, I'm the only runner.
So, guys, you know, he's not only the best runner of this game, he's also the worst. So,
Thank you for the encouragement there, Saito.
glad to be the anti-cheerleading squad, you know, I'm an official
Oh,
member
I
of
know.
the
So we're
anti-cheerleading
about to
squad.
hit... How many minutes do I have left until Crrool?
Oh, you have all the math this late in the day. It's 14 minutes.
Okay, so we might... If I get a really good final 2 fights, I might be able to still sub 9. So we're gonna try again. Like I said, I have to redo the entire fight, and there's nothing I can do about that. We just have to hope to get more lucky this time.
So guys, please remember for the last boss, do not use Kevin Turtle.
No,
Do
we're not gonna
not
do the
use
Kevin Turtles this
Turtles.
time. That we
Any other
both
emote
know how
you
that
want?
ended.
Do you want Hope Champ? Do you want Kappa?
Yeah, but
or-
no, the Kevin Turtles we should stay away from those. Even though we thought that would help us, it turns out it didn't.
Okay, we let the chat decide for themselves which emote brings luck. So
Pretty much.
everyone gets set for one emote and spam it for the last boss fight. Not for this, but for the boss fight right after that. Choose yourself one emote and go for it.
Oh god, this is fantastic. Okay, so we're just gonna try it again. We might be able to still do this. I have hope. But it will definitely not be easy.
And to channel it even harder, do it with an ad Crrool. We really need to spam Crrool.
No. That would just distract me even further. That's probably not a good idea. So luckily this time I didn't take as much damage, so I can focus a lot more on upping my damage output and on healing. Unfortunately, this fight is it's not nearly as free. Or this fight is... Or the next fight is not nearly as free as this one, unfortunately.
We would rather prefer it different way.
Yeah, the other way around would be better, but... Oh well, not much you can do about that. I think I have to do still on Torma. Solid milk to heal up my AP. Wonder Shot. Beautiful. Unfortunately, we don't have the Wonder Shot in this, or the Bottle Rocket.
Yeah, the next fight is really, really long. Well, it also kind of depends what he's doing. If he uses like Miracle Hit every turn, this fight, then the end boss fight is a really free one. But as you just saw a little bit earlier, if he's doing his super annoying move, which I always forgot the name of, he is not that as free. Because Confusion, it really depends on what turn he uses that Confusion. If he uses it on the free turn, the fight is still absolutely fine. That is totally fine. But if he uses that while the mirror is off, that gets really, really scary.
Yeah, I might actually take some damage here. Okay, I didn't. Cool.
We thought about also getting Torma with Mage and getting him Mirror so both of them can cast Mirror on themselves.
Yeah, but it just ends up becoming too dangerous to go through the Gratz Kingdom with 2 mages.
Yes. Going
So
through the Gratz Kingdom for the farming is really dangerous.
And that ends up making it not worth it to do that. Okay, can you let me know how far I'm behind or ahead after Crrool? He just died.
You're still good. You're still great on time. Don't worry about time.
Okay, cool.
You're still gold.
Okay, so this is again the final boss, the scariest fight in the game. Or not scary, second scariest fight in the game, but this fight. You guys have seen it before. You know how much of a fun boss this guy is, right? Let's just not get that same crap we got earlier. Okay, Miracle Hit turn 1 is fine.
If you finish this fight, Crrool, I will let you know something really good.
Okay. On Torma. Torma is going to Solid Milk, actually. It's a slight deviation from what I did before. But that raises my defense significantly.
So chat, go for it. Spam the emotes that you think brings luck. We trust you on this one. Do not use Kevin Turtle. Do not use Kevin Turtle.
Meat cube there. Okay, so with a miracle up, we should be good. I'm gonna use a solid milk on himself as well, just to raise both of their defenses by a bit this time. Oh, let's go. So yeah, we've pretty much got everything set up. This is like we have our defense, we have our mirrors up. We're just gonna do our best here. Okay, let's start raising attack. On Torma. Torma uses a second vitamin. Still fine. Okay, this means we're about to start dealing damage here. We're gonna start furying in this turn.
This is a way better fight than before.
Don't jinx it. We still have to deplete 8,000 health, remember?
Ah, that's easy. You can do it. Just 3-turn him.
Oh, that'd be so good. 3-turn this fight. So yeah, you can see they're about 250 a turn. So I'm going to try to keep track of the damage that I've done. So that was 250. $500. Mirror. Okay, Big Bang is fine.
I have the calculator running if you want to know on what
Okay.
damage you exactly are.
Okay, I'm gonna just try to keep track in my head as well. 750. You can generally say about 250 a turn, because the damage he... Oh, there is a Mind Blast. Okay, double miss. Nice. Because the
That's what we
crits
wanna
and the miracle hits kind of even out over time. Good. So that puts us on 1,000. 1/8 of the way, guys. Let's go.
Almost done. Almost done.
7k left. Okay, miracle hit, that's fine. I like seeing miracle hit. Okay, 1250. Good, getting a double hit here. I like seeing double hit. Solid milk there in the meantime. 1,500. Good, another miracle hit. So this will put me to 1,750. $2k, so we're about a quarter into the fight right now. Another double hit, that's good. I can use my off turn to throw a vitamin this time. It's fine. 2250.
But you see in this fight how incredible strong Mirror is. He's not taking damage, so he has no chance basically of actually dying somewhere or getting low for some reason. Beside there happens something and he mess up the Mirror. Well, that's a
2500.
pretty easy thing to do. So
Alles fit?
he gets really close to it now.
2750. Solid milk. Okay, that's fine. 3k. Am I still kind of accurate with 3k?
Let me calculate that damage that you just do there, and then I can give you. But you're around 100 damage off.
Oh, that's reasonable.
You're 3,173 damage in.
Oh, there's a Mind Blast. This is bad. Oh god, there's a confusion.
What was the turn off?
No. It's a mirror turn, and I just mirrored. Okay, double Mind Blast. At least the second one can't hit. Okay. Torma didn't actually get to attack anyone, but Torma's mirror is gonna wear out soon.
A miracle hit is good.
Okay, 3250. $3,500 after this. Okay, double hit. Yeah, 3,500. Okay, yeah, this is my off turn now, so solid milk on him. Okay, that's gonna put him to halfway dead. We're halfway through the fight.
Got a nice crit.
No, I didn't get a crit here. But there should be 4k. Miracle hit, that's good. 4250.
So this fight looks boring.
Yeah,
but
it
It
is.
is not.
Well, as a runner, this is a really, really scary fight, and it keeps you at the edge of your seat. As a viewer, it probably kind of is. Yeah.
The scary thing about this fight is the Mind Blast.
45.
If he gets Mind Blast out, it is pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
And if he uses a second Mind Blast after that, that is even more terrifying. That can basically just rip you in 2 turns. Doesn't matter how far you're in.
I think I still had to mirror. I'll just do some extra mirroring. There is a Mind Blast. And it gets a confusion off. Sanity pill. Okay, I get rid of the confusion before it starts hurting me. I think the mirror should still be up. Yes, it was. Okay, 4750. Okay, that should put him to 5k, which means 3000 health left. Zou jij de hond even kunnen doen? Kun je een Binky even doen? Okay, nice critical there. This is my off turn, so I can use the solid milk on Elden. 3000 left. We're almost done. Okay, that should put him to oh, nice critical again.
Gives the turn.
2750 left. And I'm doing easy math here, but it generally works out better. 2500 if I don't get trolled here. Yes, nice. 2500.
Meow.
Yeah, my cat. She'll have to
Even,
wait
the,
though.
even the cat is cheering. Even the cat is cheering. Yeah.
That's it. The cat is cheering. 2500 health left. Mirror on himself.
Get some cat emotes out.
Oh god, there's the Mind Blast. Okay, double miss. Nice. Okay, what are after this hit, can you tell me what we're exactly at?
Yep.
It did 266. And there's another Mind Blast on Elden this time. Oh, and there's the confusion. Luckily it was on my off turn.
Should be below 2000 health left.
Sorry?
Below 2000 health.
Nice. So that was my off turn, so it shouldn't be too consequential. So we'll go off of 2k then, and hope for the best. Which means 8 hits. I need to get 8 Furies in. Okay, nice. 7.
Play it safe and play it cool. Play like the cool cat in chat. You're
Good.
so good in time.
Okay.
Don't risk anything.
I won't. I definitely won't. 6. Time will be as soon as the experience screen after this fight fades, by the way. I'm gonna solid milk Jeff, that's safer. Okay, miracle hit, that's good. 5 Furies left and then we're good. Let's go. Mirror there. Okay, that brings it down to 4. Okay, that's fine. Okay, 3. I might be off a bit because he was healing a lot there. So it might still be 4 as well.
Just play it safe.
I will.
Don't go for a risky kill. You
I
don't need
won't.
timing-wise.
Don't you worry about me. I'll be okay.
I know me, so... And you know me, I would go for the risky hit and then lose
Yeah,
everything.
I will
so
not.
I do not want that happen to you.
Okay, nice crit. That makes up for a lot there. 2 more, hopefully.
World record is 90909. So we're really, really good in time. Don't worry.
Okay. This should be the last hit. Oh, and there's a mind. Okay, there's a mind blast on Eldon. It did confuse me.
But did Tormar kill or did he not?
He's attacking now. I did not. No.
Okay, then all the healing did set it a little bit off.
Okay. I'm going for the sanity pill. He probably would have died to a fury there, but I'm not completely confident, and this should be safer, I think. I'll take some damage. Not even, actually.
The other 2 peoples are dead because they spare or they grab experience that they don't need.
Oh, come on, not like miss. Damn!
239 hit points left.
I should have gone for it then. Okay. Torma got the confusion, and we're literally 1 hit away. And another Mind Blast, come on.
Use a miracle.
239, right?
239, yeah, that should be pretty much it.
Okay, with that extra 23, miracle hit. Come on, get the crit. Get the crit. This should kill.
Not that?
No, he did a couple miracle hits in between.
Oh,
This should be it, though. How is that not it? How is that literally not it? Okay, I tried to go for a miracle there.
Use double miracle with both of them.
How? No, 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 not like this. Okay, there's a miracle going in. That might... Okay, that is very, very clutch there. But with the miracles that we have, we should be okay. I'm back on full health.
All the miracle hits.
There we go. Okay, time is coming up. And... time. We did it, boys. Oh god, that clutch. So what was the time there?
I'm gonna wait for the stop. It's 8 hours, 56 minutes and 59 seconds.
Dude, the sub 9 with the death on the final boss. That's world record by 13 minutes. With a death on the final boss. That is amazing. Jeff did it.
Good.
So we get the...
there.
So we get to see a few more cutscenes here. We're still tied to the beast. Emrys and Rubius are gonna sacrifice themselves to seal the beast away once and for all and save Eldin. Oh, that was clutch near the end there. I really thought that was I was gonna die again, but the math didn't work out entirely because of the additional miracle hits.
All the miracle hits then in the end.
Yeah, that made it very clutch, but we did it. Oh god. So yeah, this entire place is gonna collapse. Emrys and Rubius will seal away the beast once and for all. And peace is gonna return back to the world. With Goldiarg dead, the guy that wanted Gratz to start attacking the other cities is dead, and Gratz is without a king. So they won't be attacking again for a while.